I need to tell you.
Hello, and welcome back to my channel where we are all crime all black, all the time.
All spoke about pending issues regarding witnesses and exhibits. The judge reminded the courtroom, so everyone in the courtroom, the judge reminded, also he reminded the press of the pseudonym rule for the upcoming witness, Jane. The judge emphasized nobody is allowed to document Jane in any way, shape, or form in notes or sketches. Bana, a friend of Diddy's ex-girlfriend, took the stand yesterday afternoon as she told the jury about her friendship with Cassie and the alleged violence she often says that she witnessed from Diddy. Diddy allegedly once dangled her off the 17-story balcony of Cassie's apartment. She also claimed Diddy allegedly threw a knife at Cassie after showing up to the singer-songwriter's apartment in another violent outburst. Her friendship with Cassie was also scrutinized, including her substance use. Bana claimed she procured hundreds of substances for Cassie throughout their relationship. She testified that she got sober in 2018 after she did a K with Diddy and Cassie for 8 hours straight. As Diddy's defense began her cross-examination, the lawyer focused on inconsistencies between Bana's statements to the government and her civil lawsuit that she filed against Diddy in 2024. Bana couldn't seem to remember multiple details of the alleged balcony incident, including what substances she was on, if any, at the time. Okay, CNN. I guess the judge is letting the balcony incident stuff in. I don't know. We can take a look at the docket, but y'all, they're doing everything so super secret off the docket. So, I mean, it's probably not on there. We have no idea what they're arguing about at any given time. Like, this is how it is. Like, you give them an inch, they take freaking 3.5 miles because it started out like, oh, it's this one super secret thing. We have to do it off the record. And the judge lets it happen once. And then it's like, now that's just their regular mode of communication. We have no idea what they're doing at any given moment. Oh, we have to piece it together like we fortune tellers or something. Okay, so 8 minutes ago, Bana was back on the stand, longtime friend of Cassie. Jury was entering, so now they're underway. Questioning has continued the cross-examination. The late start this morning, the judge reminded everybody the lunch break was going to come later than usual and be shorter. Okay, we just got three. We got 3 updates from Washington Post. Wesley Parnell 5 minutes ago said it's hard to overstate how big the stakes are for anonymous victims at abuse trials. The law allows some witnesses to protect their identity, but doing so makes the trial of this size and interest that much more complex. There are implications for the press. There are implications for a member of the public's constitutional rights to enter a courtroom. And there's implications for alleged victims of heinous crimes. Any failure to protect a witness, as happened with Mia earlier in the trial, could make others afraid to testify. Um, this is interesting. 1 minute ago, Wesley Parnell at Washington Post says tensions have been simmering ahead of the expected testimony from the anonymous witness, Jane, a former girlfriend of Diddy who claims Diddy abused her. The judge has warned those in the courtroom, quote, that they are not to document the next victim in any notes or images. Just now, Washington Post, Wesley Parnell, Bana, who claimed Diddy dangled her off a ledge, is now on the stand to continue her cross-examination from yesterday. The defense has leaned into inconsistencies between her various interviews and statements with prosecutors, court documents, and a lawsuit she filed against Diddy last year. So they're comparing all these things, her previous statements to prosecutors, which I think is kind of unfair because it's not her writing it. It's the prosecution, and they're just writing handwritten notes best they can. It's not like it's her writing it and signing it and acting like it's just their impressions and their notes. So it's kind of unfair to hold them so close to that. And every witness so far has kind of said, like, I don't know, I said that. I'm not sure that's what I said. Maybe they misunderstood. Maybe not every single witness, but a lot of the witnesses have said that whenever questioned about those prosecutors' notes, they're like, they must have misunderstood because I wouldn't have said that or whatever. Okay, so we're back to Inner City Press, and he says, excuse me, Diddy's lawyer is asking questions, and she says to Bana, just before this, Diddy threatened your life? Bana said, yeah. And remember, what are they talking about? She was still doing substances with Cassie May 31st, 2016. She said, yeah, I still sure was. And just before that, you claimed Diddy had threatened your life? She said, yep. And you weren't scared to continue dealing with Cassie? Bana said, guess not. Okay. And you said Diddy groped your breast? Objection, Your Honor. The judge said, ask the question again. Because she says, Bana says she didn't write that lawsuit. That was Tyrone Blackburn or whatever. Look, Mr. Tyrone said Diddy groped your breast. True? She said some of the things he wrote were not true. Okay, fine. Next question. You fired him and you hired new civil lawyers and they drafted a lawsuit. You reviewed that lawsuit? She said, yeah, to the best of my ability. Refreshing through our other sources. Who are we missing? We got CNN. We got CNN, NBC, Washington Post. Oh, New York Post is one of them. Yes, Lady. He is Lil Rod's lawyer. That's Lil Rod's lawyer, yes, Tyrone Blackburn. Okay, let's see what they've been saying over there. Shout out to my mom nodding in the chat. Okay, hold on. So New York Post just picked up where they left off yesterday. Look, 19 hours ago, and then 12 minutes ago, the friend of Cassie, Bana, started testifying again today around 11:23 a.m. She is still being cross-examined by Diddy's lawyer, Nicole Westmoreland. When she concludes, another alleged victim, Jane, is expected to start her days-long stint on the witness stand. Now, this is not what I'm seeing reported elsewhere. What I'm seeing reported elsewhere is that between Bana and Jane, in the middle of that, we're going to have somebody named Santos, Enrique Santos. We got an update from the New York Post 1 minute ago. Adam Rice, Ying Feng, and Minyavon Burke. Defense questions Bana on drug use with Cassie after Diddy threatened her. Bana testified she continued to do substances and associate with Cassie even after she says she was threatened by Diddy. When asked if she was scared, Bana said, "I guess not." And it's like Diddy had to admit to the how everybody's like, or not everybody, but how a lot of people were like, I just see DV. I only see domestic violence. Y'all even saw AstroTurf tarot reader. And they got them out there now. Because she didn't even do like very much of a tarot reading. She just spent like probably 60% of the video, maybe even 70% of the video, just talking about how all she sees is domestic violence. And she wasn't even doing nothing with the cards. She was just talking. I'm like, okay, they got it out here. I had to unsubscribe quick. But this Bana stuff, like if you think about it, hold on, why did I start that? It's the Diddy Demons. I don't remember why I started that. I'm sure it'll come back to me if it's important. Okay, Inner City Press, we're on the most recent thing. I don't know what Diddy's time of birth is. I'm sure it's probably like if you could Google it or something. Thank you, Maria, for the $4.99 super chat. Could the Audi trial today be the reason they started late? I don't know. I mean, I did think about it, but I don't really have any like real reason to think that. So I don't know. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Thank you to Chana for the $5. I'm so happy you brought the Comey thing up. I've been thinking same considering who her dad is. I mean, we're not the only ones too. A lot of people have been thinking this. Thank you for the $5. Shout out to Allison, to you for becoming a new member. Thank you, Mary Quinlan, for the $4.99 super sticker. Oh, Vic's got an opinion. Okay, cool. Thank you. Vic's got an opinion, said Adi's lawyer said we've checked a big box this past week. We finally got the full transcript of Mr. Adi's interview. Oh my God, somebody FOIA request it right now. Somebody get me that transcript. Okay. Thank you, Vix, for the $5 super chat. Because you know what? If true, if this is what I think it means, like his interview, his actual interrogation thing, I have wanted to see this for a long time because you know what? That interview that's out, that's being called the full interrogation or the full Jonathan Oddie interview, it just cannot be because there are massive jump cuts in that interview. And I've always wondered what was cut out. The one where he says that Diddy and Cassie had him as a sex slave and all this other stuff. He mentioned a drug called G that they were importing and exporting in the Ciroc bottles. He mentioned all kind of stuff. So we're hearing Vic's, I guess, went to court. Audie's lawyer said we've checked a big box this past week. We finally got the full transcript of Mr. Audie's interview. Wow. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Thanks so much to Easying Off. Does anyone else feel like the CFO should have faced some more questions? Did anyone confirm if the vortex was a shower after all? I think everybody's just taking guesses on what the vortex is. I'm sure that this guy could have been asked more questions, but I think they only wanted to bring him in to like verify specific things. But I definitely do feel like as somebody that was CFO for 19 years or 10 years or whatever, he sure did get off kind of like easy. I did feel that. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Thank you to Shauna for the $5 super chat. The whole trial is giving me epi vibes. Why are so many documents being withheld from the public? Period. That's what I want to know. And also, what about all those tapes they took from his house? Didn't they take all those surveillance videos, surveillance tapes, and all that? Like, I remember hearing about that, and now it's just nobody's talking about it. We're just not going to talk about it at the trial at all. When is that going to come up? I'm wondering. Thank you for the $5. Thank you, Itty Bitty, for the $2 super chat. I sent a donation to your GoFundMe legal fund. Thanks so much. Thanks so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Every little bit helps, y'all. The legal fund is always linked below. Thank you so much, Kara, for the $49.99 super sticker to Kara Martinez. Thanks so much to Stacy for the $4.99 super chat. Isn't it unethical, Westmoreland, to do cross-examination on victims, considering she herself filed a lawsuit against two rappers that she claimed? I mean, Stacy, I think it's like allowed, but I do see your point and where you're coming from and asking, like, how could she possibly do this from her own, standpoint? But at the same time, I mean, she might think Diddy's innocent or something. Thanks so much for the $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Audrey, for the the $4.99 super chat. In a similar comment, she says, Westmoreland is a fine one to talk. When she was 19, she filed a lawsuit against Cash Money. She was SA, but not by them. Interesting. Shout out to my mom. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. You looking cute today. Thanks. Did you see I posted a picture of you and dad on my community post and everybody thinks it's so cute? Thank you for the $20. Okay, let's get back to this. Okay. Next question. Well, so, okay, this is where we left off. You fired Tyrone Blackburn and then hired new civil lawyers and they drafted a lawsuit. You reviewed that lawsuit though, didn't you? And she was like, yeah, but like, yeah, to the best of my ability. Then the next question. Okay, Diddy's lawyer says, look at this document. Only for the parties. So this isn't shown in to the jury or anything. Hold on. Ma'am, isn't it true that your lawyer, Mr. Tyrone, alleged for the first time as assault, although you knew it was untrue and you began repeating it? Bonna said, can you rephrase that? It is kind of questioning. Look at this document only for the parties. It's kind of confusing. Ma'am, isn't it true that your lawyer, Mr. Tyrone, alleged for the first time sexual assault, and although you knew it was untrue, you began repeating it? Like, what? What are you talking about? No, that's not true. What are you talking about? That has like 5 different loaded things inside of it. The thing is, it's like these lawyers are too good to not know. It's like, I know they're doing it on purpose, which makes me not like them as much because it feels like lying and unethical. But I know they do whatever they got to do for the bag. I know they do. They'll be out here saying anything and doing anything just to take that money home. Anyway, okay. Can you rephrase that? And she does. She says, Mr. Tyrone alleged that Diddy sexually assaulted you, right? Bonna said, I can't speak for him. Okay, fine. You speak for you. You kept repeating the lie about grabbing your breast. Can you restate the question? Okay. You continued accusing Diddy of sexually assaulting you even though you knew it was not true. Bonna said, it's really hard for me to commit to that whole sentence. You knew sexual assault was the only way you could sue? She said, I don't recall. So even though she doesn't recall and she's not answering the questions, I do see what Nicole Westmoreland is trying to do. She's trying to break down doubt and she's not even getting answers and she still is kind of presenting that doubt, right? Like, did you continue accusing Diddy of assault even though you knew it was a lie? I can't commit to that whole sentence. Okay, did you know that sexual assault was the only way that you were going to be able to sue? She said, oh, I don't remember. You say you were screaming. Are you aware of anyone else calling the police? She said, I don't know, but I don't think so. And you didn't go to an urgent care? She said, no, but she did say she went to the chiropractor. You didn't tell the chiropractor what happened? She said, no. Okay, let's see if there's... Okay. Why didn't you tell the chiropractor what happened? I was scared. Okay, fine. The girlfriend. What's her name? Sarah or Friday? The girlfriend. Sarah something like that. It was a while ago. Her girlfriend. The girlfriend she was dating. Bonna's girlfriend. What was your girlfriend's name? She said Sarah something. I don't know. It was a long time ago. All right, we got an update at CNN, 2 updates from CNN.
Maureen called me, sits in front. She looked like she turned around and was like, "What you mean?" Like literally. Diddy's co-conspirator. Yo, Bonna told Cassie, right? Cassie's a victim. Bonna's a victim. Cassie told KK. Cassie is officially named by the government as a co-conspirator, but it wasn't over. Diddy's defense started freaking out. Your Honor, we strongly object to KK being named as a co-conspirator. Maureen Comey turned around like, because Maureen Comey sits in front. She looked like she turned around and was like, "What you mean?" Like literally, how are you going to tell me who the co-conspirator is? Hey, how are you going to tell me who the co-conspirator is? The co-conspirator is whoever we MF and say. That's what we are trying to prove. She literally was like, what? Oh, hold on. DoorDash is outside. Hold on really quick. Do you mind grabbing it from out front? He said he's searching around looking for me. It's all right. I'm trying to get a portable charger. Grabbing it from out front. He said he's searching around looking for me. It's all right. I'm trying to get a portable charger because my phone's going dead. The DoorDash guy is like looking for me. Okay, so anyway, right? If anybody want to kill me, this would be the perfect time. Anyway, right? Oh. Fat Bull 717 said, "Hey Tisa, watch me up. I'll take care of the weirdos in your chat. Keep up the good work. I'll be your chat cipher. Yo, DM me so I can give you a wrench." Volnero Carol said, "Glad you got your name out." Oh, ABC Live, thank you so much. And also Honeybee Therapy, thank you so much. And Shayna's Vlog said, "Thank you for all your hard work." Also, oh hey, yeah. Thank you. Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Have a good one. Nona Preston said, "You rock, Tisa. Tisa tells for president. Love ya. Thank ya." And also Kate said, "Your makeup highlights your eyes," from Chicago. Oh my God. Thank you. Appreciate that. Rebecca Peterson, thank you so much for being a part of the Tattletale family. Let me just tell, hold on. Let me just tell one thing. Sorry about that. I'm back. I had to get a charger. They found me. They saw me talking, yapping. Okay, my DoorDash people know me so well. They just like, girl, like I'm starting to get the same DoorDashers. Officially, Carrie George, thank you so much for the super chat. Okay, so anyway, they're like, Your Honor, we reject strongly for her being referred to as a co-conspirator. There's no proof she's a co-conspirator. Marie called me because they're sitting behind her. She literally turned and was like, what the fuck y'all talking about? Co-conspirator. We're the ones who decide who a co-conspirator is. You don't get to say, all you get to do is march your happy self into this courtroom and sit down before we sit you down. The look on she got a co-conspirator. Listen, anyway, right? She was like, Your Honor, and Maureen Comey literally sat there and said, Your Honor, not only are we suggesting it, right? But we have already given enough evidence to already confirm that. But we will continue to confirm it. Eddie Garcia's testimony named her clearly as a co-conspirator. And we will continue to name her as a co-conspirator, right? And then, right, And then they said, well, the defense was like, Your Honor, you don't understand. You don't understand. You don't understand. For her to be named a co-conspirator, she must agree with Diddy. She must agree with the criminal things that Diddy did. Baby, you're his personal assistant. What you mean? He sent you all the way out. No. But she didn't agree. So you did it, and you were there, and you didn't do anything to stop, and you helped and aided and abetted, but you didn't agree? All right, girl. And also, there needs to be 2 predicate acts. Right now, there's only 1, and that's perhaps bribery. Marie Comey was looking at them like, you got that. She was literally looking at them like, I know you lost your mind. She doesn't count. How do you get to say who's a co-conspirator, right? Listen, she said, Your Honor, again, we've already confirmed it and in testimony, and we will continue to confirm it. Eddie Garcia was just the beginning. We have more evidence. When I say the defense table melted down, I will say this, right? I can't believe that KK is riding with Diddy. The government, listen, they literally said that because she wasn't in agreement, she didn't commit any crimes, even though you were his right-hand woman. Are you serious? Y'all, we have confirmation. KK, it is humid out here. We have confirmation that KK has officially been named. Remember what? I guess there goes my theory, because they had a glamour shot on KK. So I thought KK was riding out with the prosecution. But it looks like KK has been officially named as Diddy's co-conspirator. Now, here's the thing. She still got time to make that plea deal. Hold on. Wait, can y'all hear me now? Hold on. Okay, it's good. Okay, sorry. Sometimes when I jump out, y'all can't see it, right? Audio's going in and out. Love the acting, though. Okay, so let me reenact this, right? If it was going in and out, right? Diddy's team was like, Your Honor, we strongly object to KK being made as a co-conspirator. Your Honor, we strongly object to the KK. Maureen Comey was in front, and she looked around like this. What? You object to what? What do you object with? Being named a co-conspirator. Since when do you call the shots? Since when do you tell anybody who, right? Who? Since when do they tell anybody who? Since when does defense say who a co-conspirator is? And we leave that's to you. No one's a co-conspirator. We leave it to you. Diddy's not even guilty. Called me, turned around and said, F y'all talking about? She's not a co-conspirator. You don't get out of my face, right? Maureen Comey stood up there and said, Your Honor, it's already been proven in Eddie Garcia's testimony that she is a co-conspirator. However, Your Honor, that's just the tip of the iceberg, and we will continue to bring more and more evidence to prove that KK is an actual co-conspirator. The defense was like, but she didn't agree. She didn't agree. Maureen Comey was like, Your Honor, she's a co-conspirator. Here's the thing. KK has not been, she still has time to plead the 5th. She still has time to take an immunity deal. But as of now, I don't understand, KK, did you not see what they did to Little Kim? Did you not see the way these New York boys play? Never do a jail bid for a man. I think that might be written in the Bible. What is wrong with you? You are going down. Where is this weird loyalty that KK has? Unless she actually thinks Diddy's innocent, baby. Thinking. And thinking, you guys, this is 100%, listen, this is 100% exclusive tea. 100% exclusive tea. KK has officially been named as co-conspirator, and even though they are crossing Bona right now, I'm about to go back up. They are crossing Bona right now. The interesting thing about this is, and I'm about to go back up. The interesting thing about the cross of Bona is they've gotten a text message from Cassie admitted. Now, here's the thing. They're not going to be allowed to admit it while they're cross-examining her. But as soon as the cross-examination is done, they are showing it to the jury, and they are admitting it into evidence to prove that Cassie, back then, I think the same night or a day after it happened, texted KK, who the government literally referred to as Diddy's co-conspirator, that Diddy held her over the balcony, and it's crazy, and this is the way she has to stay away from Diddy. So it even proves back then that Cassie was trying to escape Diddy, and everybody around Diddy was trying to pull her back in. Rebecca Peterson said, You're the best. Thank you for letting us know the truth. You're welcome. And Monet W said, Tisa, we represented last night. Thank you. Amazing job. I appreciate it. Thank you guys so much. Listen, I gotta get back into the courtroom. I wanted to give you guys that tidbit. I'll be back down in about an hour because Jane's testifying. Oh, that's another thing. The judge literally told us, hold on. And now here's the thing, who's trying to influence the jury? The judge said that he wants to remind everybody in the overflow room and the courtroom that it is illegal to try to communicate with the jury. The public cannot talk to the jury. No facial expressions, no facial reactions, no expressions, nothing. Now, that, I know what y'all saying, Tisa, they probably talking about you because you animated. They were not, because when I look at the jury, I just look at them stone face. But I be clocking their tea and writing down what they're doing. They said it is illegal to pass any notes to the jury. I said, who is trying to jury tamper? It is illegal to have any expressions. It is illegal to do that. I said, who the hell is doing that? There was also a thing, Rob and Abigail, the good lawyers for the public and the press, they tried to argue that the defense needs to disclose all the exhibits. I'm sorry, the prosecution needs to give redacted exhibits contemporaneously, meaning at the same time. The government is like, listen, we got a lot to do. Y'all can get it 24 hours later. They were arguing that they should get it now. The judge said that we're not going to have it contemporaneously. However, he did say that the government has agreed to make a lot of concessions. So one medium win for the public. I want to get back up there before Jane testifies. I know right now they are talking about Bonna, but literally, y'all, they don't know it yet. The jury doesn't know it yet, but they've already nullified everything that the defense is doing right now on cross-examination, because as much as they're trying to act like Bonna is lying about him, they pulled up a text from 2016 or 15, whenever it happened, with Cassie and Bonna showing that not only did it happen, but Cassie texts KK explaining what happened and complaining about how Diddy is so crazy. She has to stay away from Diddy. Baby, you know what the problem is? And this is the last thing I say. Sometimes when you fly too close to the sun, like Icarus, you go down fast. Now, you know I love flying close to the sun. But Brian Steele and all of them went out of their way to humiliate Mia and to do a victory lap. That the prosecution has been on their job and they have been out for blood. And listen, Diddy is literally getting pummeled right now, and there is not a thing they can do about it. Diddy and his co-conspirator, KK, unless she takes a deal, and then also Diddy and his co-conspirator, they haven't named D-Rock, but come on now. You know D-Rock is not going to do anything but ride out for Diddy. You just know that. That's Biggie's best friend. The Hood realist said, Diddy supporters are predators to 100. Baby, all I know is don't date, don't procreate, and keep your kids away. I'm just saying, if you think that type of behavior is just something that happens in a relationship, I don't know what to say. But again, can y'all believe that KK is literally going to go down for Diddy? Again, can somebody please send them like the Little Kim documentary? KK, why would you do that? It literally makes no sense. Why would you do that? This is a PSA. Don't ever, for any woman, don't you ever take a rap or a charge for a man. Just don't. You're going to feel stupid. You're going to feel dumb.
She said she was aware of the claim. When she asked if she thought the only way to file a lawsuit was to say Diddy had sexually assaulted her, she said, I don't recall. Hold on, I'm doing some management of some things real quick. Okay. Yeah, okay, we read that part. Okay, we got a new update from Washington Post. Wesley Parnell, the defense is pressing Bonna over what she admits was a false claim in her attempts to sue Diddy over the balcony incident. Bonna subsequently hired Tyrone Blackburn, who filed a letter of demand that claimed Diddy grabbed her chest so hard during the attack that it left bruising. Bana has said this detail was false and she later fired Tyrone Blackburn, the lawyer. But on cross examination, she was asked why Blackburn continued to represent her in at least one meeting with the government. Your attorney, Tyrone, this is a quote from a question from Nicole Westmoreland. Your attorney, Tyrone, stated that Eshuel story, but you kept that even though you knew it was a lie. She said, sorry, it's really hard to commit to the whole sentence because there are parts that are true, but no, not the whole thing. Bana says she kept in contact with Diddy after the balcony dangling. Diddy's defense team returned to a common refrain of cross examination, reminding witnesses they kept socializing with Diddy, even after claiming they were victimized by him. Bana admitted to the defense lawyer that she did share a 420 cigarette with Diddy following the balcony incident, though Bana insisted she was trying to maintain some distance with Diddy. Hold on, I gotta do something. Okay. We have a new update from CNN. It's a kind of a different headline entirely, right? Like this one is like, oh, they took it away. Oh, here it is. Look, says she kept NBC is like, Bana says she kept in contact with Diddy after alleged balcony dangling. But then this one says Bana says she kept her distance from Diddy after alleged incident. So it's like even the headlines are reporting like seemingly different things. But if you read through, it probably can be reconciled. Let's see. Bana testified that she continued to see Diddy occasionally after the balcony incident in late September. Defense attorney Nicole Westmoreland asked if Bana was afraid to be around Combs. She said, quote, I kept my distance. Confirmed that she went to one of Diddy's concerts on October 4th, 2016. I don't think I was around him most of the time of the concert. She also confirmed that she went to a club that Diddy rented out the following day on October 5th. And when Diddy's lawyer asked if she wore her neck brace to the private party, she said, I probably should have, but I didn't. Uh-oh. That's not good. That's actually a good one. Diddy scored a point right there. Like she's like, oh, you were in a neck brace, but you didn't wear it to the private party. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, okay, cool. Okay, we have some more tweets. Did you go to a party? Did you go to Mr. Combs' concert October 4th, 2016? I don't remember the date, but yes, I went. The judge said, Miss Westmoreland, just ask the question. Okay, may we read the texts? The judge said, go ahead. Okay, you read Bana and I'll read Cass. Bana said, I don't know what I wrote. Then Cassie's part said, Coolio, what time? Bana said, love ya. Thank you for yesterday. So you're asking, this is the question. You're asking Cassie if Diddy would like a sweatshirt 2 weeks after you allege he held you over a balcony? Bana said, yeah, we were trying to be cool. Duh. Repeat that. She said, we had the FaceTime call and we were trying to be cool. Like we were trying to act cool because if we didn't act cool, then who knows what Diddy's going to do. We had to act like everything was okay. Westmoreland said, isn't it true that you continued to see Diddy and Cassie because Diddy did not cause you those injuries? Bonna said, part of that statement is true, and part of that statement I don't agree with. Do you see your phone number here? She said, yeah. Because Nicole Westmoreland is like, isn't it true? You weren't scared of him because he didn't actually do it and you're lying. She's like, that what? That's like a very complex statement, Nicole. Okay. This text message is from October 15th, 2016. This is from Diddy to you. Yes. And Diddy wrote, if you're going to do K with her, at least have he back. I guess her back. Do you remember receiving this text message? Yes. So Diddy texted her and said, if you're going to do K with Cassie, at least I think it's have her back. Like, don't like leave her out and about in the world or abandon her. I don't know. I don't know. What does that mean? Like, at least have her back. Confusion over claim that Diddy groped woman during balcony incident. This is Washington Post 1 minute ago. When Bonna told the jury that an enraged Diddy held her over a 17th floor balcony railing in 2016, and she did not mention a prominent detail that appeared in a lawsuit she filed over the same incident, which also in which case she accused Diddy of sexual battery. In her lawsuit, Bonna claimed that Diddy barged into her apartment or Cassie's apartment, but she was staying there, and he pursued her out to the balcony. Then he grabbed her, turned her back to his chest, and molested her by groping her chest. And as she yelled to be left alone. Only when Bonna struggled did Diddy take his hands off of her, according to the lawsuit, and then only so did and then only so that he could hoist her over the railing by her armpits. But in her testimony Wednesday, Bonna did not mention the groping, even when prosecutors appeared to be prompting her to repeat the claims. What is the first thing he did when he was up behind you on the balcony? She said, he lifted me up and he put me on top of the rail. The prosecutor tried again. Explain what his hands did when he lifted you up. She said, he came up from behind and then into my armpit and then up. Okay, before he lifted you up, did he do anything else with his hands? It just came up on my chest and it came down, the witness testified. A defense lawyer seized on this when she cross-examined Bonna later in the day, pressing the witness about the explicit claims of groping that she made in her lawsuit and elsewhere, but not at the trial. Prosecutors objected repeatedly to the questions. Your lawyers on your behalf, are you aware that they accused Diddy of groping you? Yes. You accused Diddy of groping, squeezing your chest so hard that you had bruises on you, the lawyer noted, citing a demand letter sent by Tyrone Blackburn to Diddy. Why didn't she mention that detail in subsequent accounts? Bonna said she didn't know, and the cross-examination eventually moved on, though the matter has come up again this morning. The discrepancies between Bonna's testimony at trial and the claims in her lawsuit were not fully resolved, but she testified at another point on yesterday that she fired her first civil lawyer, Tyrone Blackburn, because he included incorrect information in demand letters. Oh my God, I got scared of that clown. Oh my God. There's a picture of Bonna doing her reenactment of the balcony incident. Diddy's son Justin walked into the Patrick Moynihan Federal Courthouse late Thursday morning. A reporter in the crowd shouted the question, how was his brother Quincy Brown's birthday on Wednesday? Oh, Quincy's birthday was yesterday. It was good, Justin said before striding into the courthouse with a hardcover spiral notebook. Oh my God, poor thing. He doesn't really look like Diddy at all. But apparently they took a paternity test, and that is Diddy's. That's what they were telling me in the chat. I don't know. I didn't look at the results. Okay, Bana returned 1 minute ago. NBC News. Bana returned to the scene of the dangling incident. Bana testified she returned to Cassie's apartment within 2 weeks of Diddy allegedly dangling her over a balcony. So within 2 weeks of this balcony incident, she allegedly returned back to the scene. Cassie invited Bana back to her place for an overnight stay of drinking, smoking, and cooking. A text message chain showed. Bana admitted she said yes and returned to the scene of Diddy's assault on her. The defense cross-examination seems to either dispute or minimize the dangling incident by showing that Bana did not appear worried about returning to that locale. Hold on, I gotta do something. Hold on 1 second. I have to send a text. Okay, let's see. Nothing new on Inner City Press since the last tweet. Return to the scene. We read that. A clown showed up to court. We read that. Let's see what the Independent's doing. Bana said her attorney gave false information. Said he made false claims about her experiences with Diddy. Tyrone Blackburn made multiple incorrect claims, she testified, including that Diddy once grabbed her so hard he left a bruise. "10 minutes ago, Fox News. Cassie's friend admits some initial details of alleged balcony incident involving Diddy were not true. She testified yesterday. Diddy showed up to the house screaming, "You know what you did," while holding her over the balcony ledge. Today, Bana cannot say if Cassie saw the incident. "I can't speak for her," she told the lawyer. She said she doesn't recall if she told the government that Cassie witnessed the incident or not. Bana confirmed she was injured and suffered nightmares. She said she doesn't remember all the context in the demand letter. Westmoreland asked, Diddy's lawyer asked, if Diddy squeezed her so hard he left bruises, and she told the court that that was incorrect. Okay. Well, we are nearing up on about the hour mark of Nicole Westmoreland. She did say that she was going to need another 30 minutes or 45 minutes. Some reports were that she needed another hour. Now, court did start at 11:23 a.m. So it's 12:19 right now, meaning, we're nearing up right there within 5 minutes or so of that hour mark. So I'm just wondering if Nicole can be done with the clown show and we can move on to the next witness at this point. That's what I'm wondering. 4 seconds ago, do you remember the Bad Boy reunion tour? You started on it, but you didn't complete it. She said maybe one or two. September 25th, 2016. The tour was at the Prudential Center in Newark, New Jersey. She said, I don't know where it was, and I'm not sure on the dates. Just refreshing other things. It's like she's just, here we go. Can we move on? Can we move on? I already read that. What about this one? Thanks so much to Phoenix for the $2 super chat. I'm not going to speculate on who it could be. Thank you to Katie for the $10 super chat. Where do you make these AI songs? What app do you use? It's like Sun something, videographer, and make my own songs. That would be awesome. You have to do like, I don't know how they are with copyright and stuff. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Thank you to Jay Atwood for the $9.99. Okay, I'm going to hide that. Thank you so much for the $4.99 Woman of Wealth. Love your show. I had no idea Audie sued because he claimed he contracted bleep from the FOs. Yeah, he claims he said he did, but I don't think he actually sued. I think he might have sent a demand letter. Thank you for the $4.99. I wonder if Justin is passing messages to Diddy in the spiral notebooks. Probably not. I doubt it. I highly doubt it. Thank you so much, Dees, for the $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Michelle, for the $5 super chat. Saying Justin is not his biological son. I know they do look alike, Michelle, but they were telling me in the chat that they did a whole court case. There was a whole paternity test. There was a hearing this morning, Diddy Docket. Yeah. Who spread misinformation? I certainly didn't. I certainly didn't. Because I didn't say that. I said what y'all said in the chat. So that's not misinformation if it's what y'all said in the chat. If what y'all said in the chat was misinformation, how could I know? Combs messaged Bongolin about friends stopping each other from making mistakes while on substances. Okay, so Diddy sent Bana a message saying friends should try to stop each other from making mistakes when they get on substances together. If you're going to do K with her, at least have her back, he wrote, according to the message that was read out loud in court. Defense attorney Nicole Westmoreland asked Bana if she believed Diddy wanted her to stop using so many substances with Cassie, and she said, I can't speak. Bana is really showing she did not want to testify. And in true Diddy's lawyer fashion, they cannot get through a cross-examination without dropping a few celebrity names. He was on stage with Lil' Kim. Bana said, I don't know. And at the Harlem Salute to Achievement, objection, Your Honor. And then they go to a side freaking bar. Mimi said she refuses to believe any DNA test that said that Justin is Diddy's biological son. No, I know that. I know Quincy is not his biological son. So they're doing a sidebar for what? I don't know. Let's see. We got an update from NBC. Bana says she continued to hang around Diddy to be cool with him. Bana testified she continued to hang around Diddy after dangled over a balcony edge because she was trying to be cool with him. I mean, none of this stuff seems like out of the ordinary for me because she already admitted like what her main basis of a relationship was with Cassie, and it was like partying, using substances, etc., etc. 4 minutes ago, Cassie's friend questioned about false sexual assault claims. Turned to Bana's first meeting with prosecutors on January 18th, 2024. That was last year. Bana spoke about the balcony incident at this meeting. She said she does not remember if she told them Diddy allegedly grabbed her chest. Then Westmoreland asked if Bana's former lawyer, Tyrone Blackburn, started the story about the alleged sexual assault. And she knew it wasn't true, but she repeated it. but Bongolin asked for the question to be repeated. She agreed with Diddy's defense lawyer that her attorney did put multiple untrue claims in the demand letter and she fired him, but she added that she can't speak for him. Then Nicole Westmoreland asked if Tyrone started the story about the sexual assault, and then Bonna continued it. She then again asked for the question to be rephrased. Diddy's lawyer again tried and said, "You started repeating the lie." Bonna had an issue with the word start. Westmoreland changed her wording, but then Bonna replied it's hard to commit to the whole sentence. The defense attorney then asked if claiming sexual assault was the only way to file a lawsuit, and Bonna said, "I don't recall." 4 minutes ago, Bonna said she continued, this is NBC News, said she continued to hang around Oh, it said one new, but that's the same one we just read. Okay. Let's go to Inner City Press. They're still sidebarring. Um, Thanks so much to Maria for the $4.99 super chat. My bad for the earlier question. I don't remember what it was, girl. Love this channel. Love you, cousin. Shout out to the cousins. Thank you to Measured Man for the $10 super chat. Tiffany Red said she was there and witnessed the balcony. And remember, she's suing Beyonce. Oh, is she? I didn't know that. Jonathan Hay confirmed the balcony story too. That's interesting. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Rachel said, why are all these questions the same in a way? That's what I want to know. Yeah, no problem. Red Bunny. Sometimes I'm just reading a comment out of context. I can definitely not keep up with every single comment. So sometimes I just got to, make sure nobody thinks that I was actually saying that is what was going on, things like that. Just want to make it very clear. Like, I'm not making any exclusive statements here. And as we read, sometimes these sources, please. Ooh, sometimes these sources disagree with each other. Also back in the courtroom today is Janice Combs, Diddy's mom. This time she's wearing a black fringed jacket. Okay. All right. There you go, girl. So what's this sidebar about? I mean, 7 minutes ago, Diddy's lawyer, Nicole Westmoreland, was questioning Bonna about still going to Diddy's concerts, still going to stuff for Diddy, etc. Whenever he had already done stuff to her, a couple things, and she was supposedly scared of him. And she's like, was he on stage with Lil' Kim? Bonna said, I don't know. And what about the Harlem Salute to Achievement? Then there's an objection from the government. Again, y'all, this cross-examination was supposed to be over yesterday. The judge allowed it. The judge even gave the extra hour yesterday. It was not over. Nicole Westmoreland wanted to just keep going and keep going for the rest of the freaking afternoon. And the judge said, how much longer do you have? How much more do you have? And she said, quite a bit. So the judge is like, jury, you're dismissed. You're free to go. Then he asked Nicole Westmoreland, how much longer do you have on this cross-examination? And she said, maybe 30 minutes, maybe 45 minutes. But then some outlets were reporting that they said it was an hour. At least one outlet reported. And so it's been over an hour now today. They started the questioning again at 11:23. It is now 12:29. And it doesn't appear that there's anything wrapping up anytime soon. And so I think this might have something to do with the objection that the prosecutor is making, but they're at sidebar, so who freaking really knows? This thing keeps saying they have a new update and then nothing's new. Hold on a second, y'all. Okay. Okay, they're back. Now, next question. Is this Trump International Hotel stay of Frank Black? Does this include September 26th, 2016, in-room breakfast, $231? Frank Black. Yes. And you agree, one person can't be in two places at the same time? Bonna said, hard to say. No, it's not hard to say. So we have an AstroTurf bot right here saying hard to say, literally impossible, hard to say or literally impossible. It's not, because someone could be at a hotel and then in a whole nother country on the same day. So just because there is a September 26, 2016 in-room breakfast doesn't mean he couldn't have been somewhere else at a later time. Like, you need to know exact coordinates, exact times, exact time zones. So for that, goodbye. Look, they love saying she's a liar, these AstroTurf bots. She's a liar. And sometimes they spell it Lier. They like spelling it like that. You told the jurors Diddy injured you in LA on September 26th, 2016, correct? The assistant U.S. attorney said, "Can we have a sidebar again?" The judge said, "You may." So they're sidebarring again. Where's Diddy Docket with the sidebar tweet? Sidebar. Okay, let's try NBC. Can we move on? Can we move on? Can we move on? Can we move on from that wig? Okay, 2 minutes ago, Independent. Bonna said she returned to the building where Diddy allegedly dangled her off the 17th floor balcony. She went back after Diddy invited her for a night of drinking. No, not Diddy. Independent gets stuff wrong. It was after Cassie invited her for a night of drinking and smoking, according to text messages shown in court. I mean, this is like fake news in action right there. Now, whether it's on purpose or whether it's on accident, I mean, that can be left up to you. They having a sidebar. I mean, there's just, what are you gonna do? Shamika said, so she just admitted to her client being Frank Black to try to trip Bonna up. Yes, she did. This must have been their big gotcha. This was their big gotcha. I've been waiting for her to drop the other shoe. Yeah, the record doesn't say who ate the food. You can book a room, leave to hop on your private place while 10 people are still in your room. Exactly. Exactly. Abid said it really does look like they're just trying to shorten Jane Doe's time on the stand. It really does. It really does feel that way. We need a "Can we move on" shirt. I know. Um, you can book a room for other people as well. Mink said, "I need the video evidence of him being at that exact hotel." Abid said, Diddy Docket said 100% they are trying to shorten Jane Doe's time on the stand. I know exactly, Curvy. Lucy, as much as they visit the sidebar, you would think they would have a happy hour special. I'm serious. There was a little snack store in law school that I went to called Sidebar. Thank you, Linda, so much for the $5 super chat. I have watched you for a year, just became a super chatter, and then puts $2. I spelled you wrong. Shout out to you. Thank you, Linda, for the $7 super chat. Thanks so much to Julie for the $4.99 super chat. I wish Bonner would have said, "I think being dangled over 17 floors is quite enough," when Westmoreland went after her about something she said she didn't say. Yeah, true. True, Julie. Thanks so much for the four. She would have objected, though. She would have said non-responsive. Thanks so much for the $4.99 super chat. Crystal Hiker said, "Your nails hitting the keyboard reminds me of Dolly Parton's song 9 to 5. That's how she made the typewriter noise in the song. With her acrylic nails, that's funny." Yep. Thanks so much for the $5 super chat. And shout out to Dolly Parton. Thank you to Surfing Sunshine 89. Girl, I didn't know who was even asking. Thank you for the $5. I'm just, you know how they are out here. Anybody could be doing anything for any reason. And I know like the real ones out here do respect, my privacy. There's a lot of stuff I share with y'all. There's a lot of stuff I don't. There's pictures I share. There's pictures I don't. But like even sometimes if somebody means well and they're saying something because they really love me or like me or doing it for a good purpose, like you just can never be too careful. Like if you've been around, which I think you have, like you see how the gang stalkers be acting. They be showing up to my house. They be driving by it. They be starting businesses with my name. They try to steal my copyrights. They try to steal my intellectual property. So it's just like, you never know who's doing what for why. But yeah, no, I definitely recognize like your name and stuff. So thank you for the $5 super chat. And I also just wanted to make the statement in general for any of the bad faith lurkers in the chat, because they in here lurking. They listen to every freaking thing I do. Okay, we got another new tweet. They're back. Shout out to the haters. I wave hi to the haters now that I finally done made it. If you know, you know. 17 seconds ago, they're back. Next question. Diddy did not cause you the injuries in the photo you provided with the metadata saying September 26, 2016. Did he? Bono said, "I cannot agree with that." So who knows what was just said at the sidebar? I'm just refreshing the other sources. We're on Washington Post right now. We're on the Independent. 7 minutes. We already read that. This is Fox. Oh my God. The sketches get like more and more abstract, y'all. Cassie's friend testifies she didn't seek medical help after Diddy allegedly held her off a balcony. Bana confirms she didn't seek medical attention after the balcony incident. She did not make a police report or call the police following the incident. She testified she's unaware if anyone else called the police and she said this during her cross-examination. Bana confirmed she did not go to the hospital or urgent care. But she did go to the chiropractor. but she didn't tell him what happened because she was scared. She said her then girlfriend put on bandages and she was really hurt. She claimed she went to the chiropractor the same day as the incident because she was freaked out. According to her, one of her managers said to go to the chiropractor, and she claimed the chiropractor asked, "Who did this to you?" And she said she didn't tell them. The jury was then shown a photo of Bonna's back and neck. There were bandages where the pain was, according to her testimony. She was wearing a neck brace from the chiropractor. Less than a minute ago, CNN.com. Diddy's attorney questions Bonna's timeline of alleged balcony incident. Nicole Westmoreland suggested the alleged balcony incident couldn't have happened when Bonna says it did because Diddy was traveling on the East Coast to perform in the Bad Boy Family reunion tour, and Cassie was with him. Diddy performed in Newark, New Jersey, September 25th, 2016. Westmoreland said this, and Diddy and Cassie went to an event on the next day, the 26th. But in Bonna's testimony, she linked the alleged balcony altercation to a photo of a bruise on her leg that she said was taken hours after the incident. According to metadata from her phone, the photo was taken on the morning of September 26th. She also showed the jury records for Frank Black from the Trump International Hotel in New York City, which included dining receipts for September 25th and 26th, 2016. Records from the Trump Hotel stay showed the check-in date was September 24th. So he was there from September 24th to September 29th, 2016. And they're trying to say he was there the whole entire time. He didn't leave to go and throw Bonna over a railing or something. You agree that one person can't be in two places at the same time. Bonna responded, in theory, yeah, but I can't answer that one. That'll probably cast some doubt for the jury. A person can't be in LA and New York at the same time. She said, my answer is the same as I already said. No further questions. Do you have a redirect? And then, of course, we're going to go back to another freaking sidebar. Third sidebar. Oh, there's some bingo cards. I got to get my bingo cards up for the next one. 3 different people sent me bingo cards. So we got to start our bingo games. Thank you, Michelle, for the $2 super sticker. Thank you, Julie. I don't understand for the $4.99. Julie says, I don't understand why the KK Cassie Bonna text wouldn't be able to be used because Bonna and Cassie were there. I don't understand the objection. I don't either. And it's hard to understand what they're objecting to because they're not filing this stuff publicly. They're doing everything super secret in the background. Who even knows what they're doing back there? Thank you to Snowfire for the $5 super chat. Diddy needs CBP records if he wants to prove he was out of the country. His plane could be out of the country, but he could still be in the country. I don't know how that stuff works. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Nicole said, I just don't trust the jurors to actually hold Diddy liable. Jonathan Oddie needs to talk about the Ciroc and the King. Diddy employees, the animals getting sacrificed on Wednesdays. I don't even remember that part of it. That stuff he said was so far-fetched at the time. And then a lot of it turned out to be kind of like, maybe that checks out. Maybe that checks out. Maybe that checks out. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Let's see what's going on with this freaking sidebar. They're back. Did you ever review? This is the government asking these questions. Now, this is the government kind of on the cleanup crew duty. They're trying to come in and fix some of the damage that Nicole, who's a very good lawyer, just came in and tried to cause. Did you review the notes that the prosecutors took at your interviews? She said, no, I never reviewed those. Remember I told y'all about those notes earlier? And it's kind of not even fair to really hold these witnesses to that because it's just like impressions and notes of the prosecutors. It's not like exact transcripts. Did you give Cassie permission to put your name in her complaint? Bonna said no. After she filed it, I hit her up to tell her of mistakes. Tiffany Red was not there. That is not good for that lawsuit. But Cassie already settled her lawsuit. She ain't got a lawsuit anymore. Defense asks Bonna directly if she's lying to the jury before wrapping up cross-examination. Nicole Westmoreland asked Brianna, aka Bonna, to confirm that Diddy did not cause the injuries you showed us that we saw on your phone. Bonna said, I can't agree with you. In her final question, Westmoreland pressed further and said, quote, you came in here and you lied to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Bonna said, I can't agree with that one. No, I did not do so. The cross-examination then ended. We have a new update from Washington Post. 4 minutes ago, Anne Brannigan said the defense is continuing to press Bonna on her continued association with Diddy and his circle after she claims he viciously attacked her on a high-rise balcony in 2016. You are alleging that Diddy, just 2 weeks prior to this, hung you over a balcony, threw you into furniture, you sustained serious injuries, and now you are asking if he wants a t-shirt? Nicole Westmoreland asked. The question might imply that an assault victim would naturally never want to see their abuser again, a notion victims' advocates generally dispute, and which the government tried to counter when it called forensic psychologist Dawn Hughes to the stand last month. Exposure to repeated acts of violence and sexual assaults results in significant psychological disorders and symptoms, and that makes it difficult for individuals to have higher order planning and leave, Dr. Hughes testified. Nicole Westmoreland was currently pursuing a new line of questioning, casting doubt on whether Diddy was even in LA when Bonna said he attacked her. The defense suggested he was on tour around that time. It's like they act like people can't leave a tour on a private plane and go somewhere real quick and then go back. After Tyrone Blackburn after Cassie filed her lawsuit, I hit her up to tell her of mistakes. Tiffany wasn't there. This is the government asking Bonna, when you filed your lawsuit, was the report of the balcony the same or different from Cassie? Different. Is what you said your best recollection? Yes, Bonna said. And the demand letters from your first lawyer, did you write those letters? No, I did not, Bonna said. There's Bonna right there. She testified she continued to hang around Diddy trying to be cool, and this is her. I don't know who that is. Maybe that's her wife or something. If so, they could have coordinated a little better. Them colors don't go together. Okay, let's see. We already read that. We already read that. We already read that. Back to Inner City Press. Hold on, let me check what that is. All right, we're waiting for another update. It does appear that Bonna should be off the stand in the next 5 or 10 minutes. They're just finishing up some last questions. They're finishing up some last questions kind of, I think, kind of cleaning up some of the mess Nicole Westmoreland was able to make with her cross-examination. The demand letter, 28 seconds ago, the assistant U.S. attorney said, the demand letter that you said Diddy squeezed your chest so hard you had bruises. Had you said that? Bonna said, no, ma'am. Do you demonstrate with hand motions? And she said, please demonstrate. She said she demonstrates it. And she said, he started at my armpit. So were his fingers on your breast? Yes, she said. So he's picking her up by the armpit. His fingers did touch her, and that could count as a grope, but that's not necessarily the same as sexual assault. And maybe that's why Bonna didn't use those terms. That could make her actually seem more credible by not continuing to use those terms, because she didn't say on the stand that Diddy sexually assaulted her, but she did say his fingers touched her. That could be argued that it's sexual assault, but he was really grabbing her under the armpit, and then his fingers ended up touching her on the chest part. 1 minute ago, NBC News, defense accuses Bonna of lying about balcony incident. Insisted that Diddy was in New York. Defense insisted Diddy was in New York City on the day that Bonna claimed she was dangled over a balcony in LA. Diddy's attorney showed a hotel receipt that appeared to show her client was at the Trump International Hotel and Tower in Manhattan between September 24th and September 29th in 2016. Bonna claimed she suffered injuries when Diddy dangled her over the balcony of Cassie's LA apartment on or around September 26th. And in a dramatic showdown, Westmoreland said, you came in here and lied to the jury. Isn't that true? And Bonna said, I can't agree with that. Less than a minute ago, CNN.com. Bonna says Cassie asked to name her in a lawsuit before filing. Bonna testified that she and Cassie had only one conversation about Cassie's lawsuit before it was filed. Cassie asked if she could name her in the complaint and in connection with this balcony incident, according to Bonna. Bonna said she did not know what information would be included in Cassie's suit. She said at some point after Cassie's lawsuit was filed, she told Cassie some of the details about the balcony incident were incorrect. She testified, Bonna did, that during that conversation, she told Cassie exactly what happened to her. We have an update on CNN 2 minutes ago. I will never forget him holding me on that balcony, Bonna testifies. She says she has no doubt that Diddy dangled her over the balcony edge and wanted to testify to seek justice. She said, although she does not remember every single detail, there are moments she will never forget. I will never forget him holding me on that balcony. And she told the court she was terrified. Do you yourself know the exact date of the balcony incident? The government asked Tamana, and she said, no. Why not? Because it was a long time ago. Do you have any doubt that Diddy held you off the balcony? No doubt whatsoever. Nothing further, Your Honor. Recross, Combs Westmoreland. Yes, please. In a follow-up interview with the government, you gave them pictures of your leg injury with metadata. Isn't that true? She said, I gave them pictures. Okay. And when you sued Mr. Combs, you weren't rich, were you? Bonna said, I was not. Just updating the different sources. Took the photo hours after the attack, but Diddy was or Frank Black was at a hotel at that time. Maybe Diddy don't have multiple personalities. Maybe he's just got a twin and one's the devil. Just kidding. Okay, 6 minutes ago, defense accused Bonna of lying. You came in here and lied to the ladies and the gentlemen of the jury. But Bonna said, no, I didn't. I can't agree with you on that one, Nicole. Nicole Westmoreland brought up the day Bonna claims she did 8 hours of K with Diddy. She asked if Diddy did these horrific things, and then Bonna shared a cigarette with him. She said it was sometime later. The defense attorney brought up Diddy's concert on October 4th, 2016, 8 days after the rapper allegedly held. When was the Jonathan Oddie thing? Was that 2016 or 2018? It was 2018. Okay, so let me go back over here. After the rapper allegedly held her off the balcony, there was a concert October 2016. So it's just a few weeks later. And Bonna went. She said she did go, but she doesn't recall the date. She said she was kind of everywhere at the concert and helped where she could. Westmoreland claimed Bonna went to a club Diddy rented out on October 5th, the very next day, and then noted that Diddy caused significant injuries, but Bonna went to Diddy's private party and clubbed with him. Bonna confirmed that she did attend the club. Westmoreland asked if she was fearful. Bonna said, I know I always had a feeling inside, but yeah, I did go. She said, I probably should have worn the neck brace, but I did not wear it. So the most recent question that we read was, when you sued Mr. Combs, you weren't rich. I was not. And you saw this as a chance to make $10 million. Isn't that right? Bonna said, I mean, I knew that the judge was going to review it. I didn't actually think I was going to make $10 million. Well, it did mean a lot to you to become a millionaire, and soon, right? She said, no, I'm here for justice. And Nicole Westmoreland says, meaning money, nothing further, which she's not really supposed to say that. Judge says, thank you. Is there an exhibit? Publish it. We object under Rule 106. So after the break, jurors, there will be food for you in there. All rise. So we object under Rule 106. Okay, hold on. Rule 106 is relevance. Remainder of or related writings, recorded statements. If a party introduces all or part of a statement, an adverse party may require the introduction of any other statement that in fairness ought to be considered at the same time. Okay, so Rule 106 is a little bit more niche. This is where it's like, it wouldn't be fair. Diddy's lawyers are saying you can't show that. Whatever the government is trying to show, they can't show it. And you want to know why? Because it wouldn't be fair to Diddy, because if they let that in, then they're going to have to let Diddy say something that they already said that Diddy wasn't allowed to say. This is an expression of the rule of completeness. The rule is based on two considerations. The first is the misleading impression created by taking matters out of context. The second is the inadequacy of repair when delayed to a point later in the trial. New update less than a minute ago. Bonna testifies she is certain that Diddy held her on a balcony. Assistant U.S. Attorney asked if she had testified truthfully, asked Bana if she had testified truthfully to the best of her recollection about the alleged incident with Diddy. She said yes and acknowledged she doesn't remember every single detail, but she will never forget some parts of the altercation. She said she was terrified in that moment, and she said, I will never forget him holding me on that balcony. The next question that the government asked was, do you yourself know the exact date of when the balcony incident occurred? No. So why do you not know the exact date? And Bana said, because it was a while ago. In closing the redirect examination, the prosecutor asked Bana, regardless of the exact date, do you have any doubt that Diddy held you up on that balcony on the 17th floor? She said, I have no doubt. Okay, are they still arguing? Okay, so I'm assuming next it's going to be Enrique Santos, who's going to testify about some text messages, but Diddy's lawyers are objecting to those text messages coming in. 3 minutes ago, Fox News update. Questions raised about Cassie's friend's account of balcony incident as Diddy's lawyer grills her on her timing. A lawyer for Diddy raised questions about the account of Cassie's friend that the mogul dangled her over a balcony. Bana claimed in September 2016 that Diddy suspended her over a 17-story balcony before tossing her onto patio furniture and leaving her with a bruise on her leg. Diddy's lawyer, Nicole Westmoreland, tried to call into question the veracity of that's not how you spell veracity of the claim. The alleged attack left her bruised by homing. Okay, so calling into question the veracity of the claim that the attack left her bruised by homing in on the date of the photo she took of the bruise on her leg. Bana said she believes she took the photo the same day of the incident, but Nicole Westmoreland brought up receipts showing that Diddy stayed at the Trump Hotel in Manhattan from September 25th through 27th. But Bana maintained the incident did occur, even if she might have had her dates mixed up. I'm just checking Inner City Press. So when are they coming back from the break? That's what I want to know. Okay. So Diddy Docket said, how rich were you, Nicole, when you sued Cash Money affiliates for alleged R? You saw a chance to become a millionaire. You failed. Now you take Diddy's money to shame alleged victims like yourself. So about these text message chains, the judge says, the assistant U.S. attorney said these are screenshots of messages between Cassie and Christina Karam. It first involved Cassie saying her phone was thrown off the balcony. Then about Bana. The defense wants more in. Okay, so the defense wants more stuff in. That's that Rule 106. Diddy's lawyer, Alexandra Shapiro, is arguing these text messages can't come in. And if they do come in, they need to be more. They need to be allowed to put in further things of the text message chain. Now, I do wonder if this is so is Mia one of the okay, yeah, Mia's victim 2, right? Or who's victim? We had victim 1 is Cassie. Victim 3 was Gina, she's gone. Victim 2 is Jane Doe, but who's victim 4? Or was victim 4 Jane Doe? Victim 2 is Jane Doe. So who's victim 4? Was that Dawn, or have we even heard from that person? Because I remember some text messages with KK from WhatsApp coming up at issue. Or maybe that was Capricorn. Now I don't know. Maybe there was more than one balcony incident. But they're in court still right now arguing over text message chains. Let's go to Washington Post. They give us details from time to time. New York receipt proves Diddy couldn't have attacked Bonna in LA, defense says. This is 2 minutes ago, Washington Post, Wesley Parnell. The defense just brought out what it might consider bombshell evidence undermining Bonna's testimony against Diddy. It's a receipt from Trump Tower made out to Frank Black, a common alias used by Diddy, showing he checked into the New York hotel 2 days before the night Bonna claims she was attacked on an LA balcony, and then checked out 3 days after the alleged incident. Can you agree that one person can't be in two places at one time? Bonna said, in like theory, yeah, it's hard to answer that one. The lawyer continued, ma'am, you testified that Mr. Combs caused you the injuries that you showed the ladies and gentlemen of this jury on September 26, 2016. Ma'am, you came in here and you lied to the ladies and gentlemen of this jury. I can't agree with you on that one, Bonna said. You could hear a pin drop in the courtroom. The government has asked for at least 2 sidebars in the past 5 minutes. It would be a major oversight if prosecutors failed to spot an alibi for Diddy before putting their witness on the stand. Yeah, that would be a little bit of an oversight. I'm just trying to figure out when they're coming back. I care about justice. This is 5 minutes ago on CNN. Bonna says when questioned on her motives for accusing Diddy. Defense briefly addressed Bonna one more time before her testimony concluded, with attorney Westmoreland asking if her lawsuit against Diddy is Bonna's opportunity to become a millionaire. She said, I can't agree with that. Nicole Westmoreland pointed out that Bonna is seeking $10 million in her civil suit and asked if Bonna cared about becoming a millionaire. She said, I care about justice. She's now off the stand and the court is going to a break. The jury was dismissed until 1:30. So they got to come back at 1:30 and it's going to keep going until 4 o'clock. We have another tweet, though. They still arguing in court. They want in Miss Karam's message that says, wait. So the assistant U.S. attorney's like, yeah, Diddy's team wants in KK's message that he says didn't happen. He says that didn't happen. But that is self-serving hearsay with no exception. He said the allegedly completing statement are not admissible. So I don't know if what this is really trying to say, because does it mean the completing statement, KK's message in that says that, they want KK's message that he says that didn't happen. Because KK would be typing, he says that didn't happen. But that is self-serving hearsay, the government says, and there's no exception. The judge says the allegedly completing statement are not admissible. So I don't know if that means the allegedly competing statements. I don't know if they're both not allowed. KK needs to be subpoenaed. The defense wants to accuse the witness, but don't want the truth to come out. Got it. They are arguing about it. The judge said it's inadmissible. I don't know what it exactly is that's inadmissible because of the way it's written. The judge says, Mr. Agnifilo. Oh, the judge is fussing. The judge is fussing at Diddy, or at Agnifilo to fuss at Diddy. He said, Mr. Agnifilo, your client, Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs, was looking at jurors and nodding vigorously. This cannot continue. or I am going to give a limiting instruction you won't like, or other measures, including barring your client from this courtroom. Do you understand? Agnifilo said, yes, Your Honor. The judge has just threatened, seconds ago, it's being reported, to have Diddy removed from the courtroom if he keeps trying to influence the jury. Breaking news. Judge admonishes Diddy for nodding vigorously at jurors. Influencing them. Threatens, if Diddy continues doing these shenanigans, he could be barred from the court. Boom. Oh my God. Diddy trial. Hashtag, hashtag. Oh my gosh. That is a big one, y'all. I'm glad the judge is going to start reining that in because it's getting out of freaking control. That overflow room, that's the reason I ain't going, because the judge doesn't have it under control over there. Oh, that's bad. He said if he keeps it up, he's gonna. I'm gonna give an instruction that you're not gonna like. That's bad. That's bad. That is not good. 2 updates from New York Post. Okay. 7 minutes ago, Diddy's lawyer tries to claim Cassie's friend sued Diddy to become a millionaire. You hope to become a millionaire soon, Westmoreland asked. I care about justice. Yeah, and justice for you is money. 10 million to be exact. No, ma'am, the witness responded. I'm waiting for them to actually adjourn. I mean, they're supposed to be coming back at 1:30 and it's already 1:12. And the judge is fussing. One new update from NBC. Bono leaves the witness stand following late fireworks. Cassie's friend finished her testimony in the wake of Diddy's side, accusing her of lying. The defense implied in questions that Bono couldn't have been dangled over an LA balcony in 2016 because Diddy was in New York City at the time. Diddy's lawyer also accused Bono of suing Diddy because it was her opportunity to become a millionaire. But Bono held firm on the stand, saying she was telling the truth. I care about justice. She left the witness stand and the judge declared the court to be in recess until 1:30. But they're still in here arguing. Sorry, just doing some update texts. Diddy trying to influence or intimidate jurors. Look, this is Diddy. This is Diddy in the POV. Big prosecution win. Boom. He's looking at media reporters and nodding too. Armand Wiggins shared this in one of his 2 videos about Mia. Yet the defense wants to cry about the media not favoring him. He's trying to persuade jurors and the media reporters in the courtroom. This should be concerning everybody. He's probably talked to some of them and offered incentive. Rotten Mango apparently said he looked over to her and mouthed, "I know who you are." I would have.
What happened to me? He hung me. On the 23rd. Are we really quibbling about dates? And when I say dates, I mean a matter of days over 20 years ago. I said, are they really trying to act like it didn't happen when they know the text message from 2006? Confirms it happened, and Cassie said that's why I gotta stay away from him. This is why I need to stay away from him, because he is crazy and this can never happen. Get this. They said I'd like to draw your attention to the room service charges. First of all, if you know how I know, I've been putting hotels and my name for people all the time, and my family. And you're gonna have to show me some proof that you were actually there for the entirety of the stay, right? Nunya B said, hold on, what did Nunya B said? Let me read this super chat real quick and then and get into this. Danielle Miller said Diddy is controlling and intimidating the witnesses. His legal team is helping him. They are mounting a great legal defense, but it was surreal to see you make Bona out to be a liar and call her liar in the court and have the jury being like, that's right, when you know there's evidence proving it's about to be admitted. Also, Mr. Hill said the judge just said the defense that, the judge that said to the defense that he would bar Diddy from court if he keeps looking at the jurors. Oh yeah, breaking news. The judge said that he is going to bar Diddy from court if he keeps looking at the jurors. Diddy is in this court right now trying to do jury tampering. Also, Azzy Galloway said, I'm still a supporter for over 5 years. Oh, thank you, Azzy. Black Swan said, I'm so proud of you, superb coverage. Thank you, I appreciate that. Listen, we're gonna talk about what the judge said too. Everything Sierra said, congratulations, Tisha, on your part on ABC Live yesterday. You were great, keeping yourself beautiful, so proud. Oh my God, thank you so much, everything, Sierra. E.L. Summers said, congratulations to ABC, be blessed. More said, oh, thank you, E.L. Summers. And also, Slow Rilla said, saw you on ABC, you did an awesome job, thank you. And Nunya B said, will Brendan Paul take the stand, you think? We don't know yet. We don't know. We do know KK is riding out for her man, Diddy. See, Lorraine, thank you so much for the super chats. Thank you so much. Okay, let's get back into this, because I do have to get back into the courtroom because I don't want to miss Jane. I have to get back in the courtroom, but let me just say this. She literally said, in 9:25, there was breakfast. At 9:26, there was a runner's fee. 9:26, there was breakfast. There was also lunch. There was dinner. First of all, Diddy was not in that hotel room all that time, and they were not having a freak off. The Pitbull mom, thank you so much for the super chat. I will say this, even all these charges stopped on the 27th and then they checked out on the 29th. But let me tell you something, when something stops on, Tanya Rose said, Tisa, you're doing a great job. Thank you so much, Tanya, I appreciate it. But let me tell you this, right? Let me tell you this, even how I know, if I pay for a hotel room from the 5th to the 10th, and I check out on the 6th and it's not refundable, baby, I'm not giving that key back until the 10th. As a matter of fact, you want to call the room and see I'm not there anymore. All the charges stopped after the 27th. So there is, again, Diddy could have thrown Bono over the balcony and then went. We are talking about a number of days. The important part is that these liars, in my opinion, that are on Diddy, well, not even liars, chaotic evil, agents of destruction, right? Mystery Chi 22 said, love you, T. It's a great interview yesterday. Thank you. The thing that just actually gets me is the fact that you guys, no matter what anybody says, there is evidence about to be admitted that proves that Bono was there. Cassie, Diddy, everybody knew that he held Bono over the balcony. And the fact that this girl is a victim and is telling the truth, and she is being re-traumatized by the defense team, and they know they're lying. It's not, they know that there's proof. But their job is to literally F shit up. That's their job. Layla Bullard L, thank you so much for the super chat. I very much agree. I very much thank you. Anyway, you guys, listen. What do we know? Diddy tried to settle with Bona over text 3 days after the incident happened. For the incident that he said never happened. Cassie was yelling at KK over text for the incident they're trying to say that wasn't happening. And they are showing us a stupid Trump hotel receipt. Man, who cares? Patty Fucci said, is it true that Beckham Jr. is in court today? No, he's not. Odell Beckham Jr. is not in court today. Also, Celia Rain, thank you so much for that super chat. And Lenaxo13, thank you so much for the super chat. Listen, Diddy's team is disgusting, and I'm disgusted by what I actually saw and what I actually heard. Diddy's team is 100% disgusting. Westmoreland, Brian, all of them should be ashamed of themselves. Y'all literally painting a woman that's telling the God honest truth, that is truthful to the fault, and the prosecution is about to admit evidence.
So I like to get, hey
And
y'all,
let's
I
also
like to
not
get
forget
like
the
different
fact that the judge
perspectives on what's
said,
going
allegedly,
on.
I'm gonna have to
And
look
there's some
into
other
that
creators
if
that
Diddy
are out
keeps
there,
looking at the jury, he's
and I
gonna
want
keep
to
them
try
out.
to bounce
Don't
back
quote me
and
on that.
forth. So if it
Don't quote
bounces
me on that.
back
I
and
gotta do a little
forth,
bit more
it's
research,
because
but that's what some
I'm just
of
surfing
y'all
around
are
YouTube.
saying. In any case, you guys, I just listen.
Because
What's
there
that?
is
Something?
another
Is something
guy who
over
is a
here?
YouTuber who's out there,
Is something over here?
and he's a man. He's a man in his like
Thank you. Thank you.
40s,
Send the cat
50s,
that
and
something's
he
in your
is
hair,
I
boo.
mean,
Thank
his
y'all.
perspective is just
Thank you. You
totally
said left
different.
side of your face. Okay, thank y'all. Thanks for looking out. As long as it's not moving and
We kind of
breathing, we
already know
good.
what teacher
Also, Bruce
perspective is
Owsley
going to
said,
be.
keep up the seller job.
I just bought her because she
Stay safe out
dramatic as
there.
hell.
I will 100% do that. But you guys, this is insane. And to me, Diddy has lost all credibility. What's this for?
For you.
Mama, come here. Come say hi. I just got a real life super chat.
I didn't want to do the super chat. No,
Come
no,
here.
no.
Say
I'm
hi.
not in the
But
super
I can't
chat.
take this. Say hi. Say
Hello,
hi.
hello, everyone. I just want to give y'all a heads
My computer don't like me bouncing back and forth. That's the only problem.
There's no arson, mistrial, no video footage of Puffy at Kid Cudi's house, no pictures of Puffy at Kid Cudi's house, no fingerprints of Puffy at Kid Cudi's house, no DNA of Puffy at Kid Cudi's house, no eyewitnesses of Puffy at Kid Cudi's house. The LAPD, the 5-0 came out, the fire department came out. They did a DNA wipe of Kid Cudi's Porsche and the liquor bottle for the Molotov cocktail. The DNA came back to a female. The LA Police Department destroyed that. They destroyed that. No evidence of arson. No evidence. The balcony story is a flat out lie. And for y'all that don't care about the law and the circumvention of the law and the subversion of the law and the subjugation of the law, and you feel like it's okay for witnesses to come in here and commit perjury on the stand, for the Los Angeles Police Department to destroy evidence, exonerating this man, and you still want him to be convicted, you gonna get your turn. And when it happened to you, don't open your mouth, because what go around, come around. I ain't working for nobody, sucker, fake profile boy. I work for me. I'm not like you. My profile ain't fake, chump. You see my face. You hide behind a fake profile. This you. This you, fake profile boy. He working for Diddy. I hate Sean G. I hate. Yeah. That's you. You hide behind a fake profile, living in your mother's basement, wearing pajama pants and Crocs all day, smoking vape. You understand? Eating up all the food in the refrigerator and don't pay no bills and ride all the gas out your mother car, and you unemployed and ain't got no job. And you scroll Instagram and play video games all day. And you 34 years old, chump. Check Sean G. Hexiest man alive. Check Sean G out. Check me out. Check me out. What's up, man? I see you. I see you. My man over there. Come here, man. Come on over. Get on the camera. Come on. Hey, let me ask y'all a question. Let me ask y'all a question. Can I ask y'all a question? If I can ask y'all a question, Semio Toko, what up, man? If I can ask you a question, put a 2 in the live chat. My cash app is $ astigmatism in my soul. What's up, man? You upstairs in court?
Nah, I work on the street.
Oh, you work down the street?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. You watch the channel?
What do you? Nah.
I'm on YouTube. The podcast with Soul. The podcast with Soul.
The podcast before.
The podcast with Soul.
You live now?
Yeah, I'm live now. That's me. That's me.
No problem.
There go my cash app right there, y'all.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, but you've been in the industry.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I look back, I was like, what y'all doing?
They don't believe me. I look better in person.
No, you are handsome.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Yes, of course.
You on YouTube now?
I'm like, yo, bro, you hot now, but I'm working my set.
And they in the little
Yeah, you gotta work
You
it.
gotta come in like, you know,
He ain't
like
supposed to be in there.
just
He not.
doing.
But he got
It's
to
not about the money for me. It's about the passion. I've
They
done
really
this
work
in
for the
high
station.
school.
Right. Yeah.
And it was
Were you in there with this testimony?
Yes.
Let me
But
ask
I
you.
wasn't in the, but I wasn't in
You was in the overflow room.
in the overcome.
Okay. Can I get your opinion?
Sure.
Okay. Cool. What do you think Diddy took a L today or a W?
Oh, he won. And the reason why he won because Brianna Bongalong, that's her name, right?
Something like that.
Brianna Bongalong, right?
Bongo.
Was really bongos with her testimony because, you know, the defense attorney told her this is a money grab basically. So what's happening is that they're uncovering some things, making it seem like her and Cassie are in some type of cooperative takedown of a money grab for Diddy, because that's what it looked like today. So we gotta find out, you know, what's happening. But we already know what it looks like now because you can't be in two places at one time. And this is what, and I, you know, this is what the district attorney, the defense attorney is saying. Pardon me.
Men
So
lie, women lie.
numbers and dates do not lie.
Numbers, date, and
Because
metadata
Diddy
do not
was
lie.
doing the Diddy tour when she said she was
Bad Boys
thrown
reunion tour.
off the hung over the balcony. They didn't throw off the balcony, but thrown off the hung over the balcony. Her she it was on September 16th. September 26th. Yes, 2016. Right? Because I have it in my notes. Thank you for correcting me. And I really just know that the receipts were coming out and they put that Miss Bongalan to rest, and at the end of it called her a liar. She said, I think you're a liar. And I said, you better work Miss Jamaica, because she came for Mother, and Mother, I don't know if it's a real money grab. So now we have to look at some things and really go into Cassie's background also. That's another thing. We have to comb, not only look at the things that we see on here, but really go into Connecticut, where she is from, and find some people that know her to see what type of person she was. She might have been a high school hoe. She could have been, and I'm not saying she was, because I do want Diddy to go down if none of this happened. But if Diddy is innocent, see, because you're not guilty until proven guilty.
Right.
So, I just know he did Craig Mack and them wrong.
What's
And
your YouTube channel?
Oh, I am Kendall Gomez.
I am Kendall Gomez. Shout out to her. Thank you so much.
Did you like that one?
Yes,
Was
I
that
did.
good?
I would be
Was
back.
that clear?
Yes. I mean, no, I had the mic too
No,
close.
the
to
information clear.
Yes, the information is clear. They like to say I'm
His
lying.
eyes are beautiful too, guys. He's handsome.
I,
Oh, the babies. I love you. You know I'm 58. I'm just
You
old.
58?
Yeah, I'm old.
You do not look 58.
I love you. A young, nice looking man. I don't care what they are. You could be on my arm.
I'm not a baby. I'm a grown man. I'm a grown man.
Baby, they is out there in New York cutting
Anyways,
up.
much love, y'all. I got to get back up in there
They
again.
cutting up.
Oh,
Let's go back to trial now.
okay. Hold on.
So how long do we
Hold on. Look at. Come out here. Okay. Cool. Look at this handsome motherfucker. What's up?
You don't turn that off and got me on this.
Okay. Well, I'm not. They don't see you. No, they don't see you. That's why I'm still.
I spoke.
Uh huh.
I can't put his name. I had have no video, but I let him know so that happens, man. Let me, like, I can't.
Okay, no problem. It's all good. I appreciate you. U.S. Marshal. How you been?
It's crazy.
It is crazy. Look at it. Anyways, that's the U.S. Marshal. We was chatting it up, texting. Anyways, yes, y'all, hit the like, subscribe to the channel. Greatly appreciate you guys. Again, we're gonna be going live after the case is over with. I'm gonna be getting different people's opinions. That's one thing. I'm definitely gonna get different people's opinions. I'm going to, do an interview style like what you guys like. I just, I left a piece to my setup inside of the tray, inside of the court, so I couldn't set it up how I wanted to set it up. So, but when we do come back, we're gonna do some.
I want to make a poll. Oh, well, let me read this first. The judge, this is from Anne Brannigan, Washington Post. The judge had stern words for Diddy in his defense before the court broke for lunch today. With the jury out of the courtroom, the judge called out lead counsel Mark Agnifilo about Diddy attempting to interact with the jury during Bonna's testimony. This is strictly prohibited. The jury is not in any way to interact with any of the parties and vice versa. The judge said, quote, "I could not have been clearer." There was a line of questioning where your client was nodding vigorously and looking straight at the jury. And there was a subsequent moment. We had a sidebar. And I looked and I saw your client looking at the jury and nodding aggressively. This is absolutely unacceptable, Mark. He said, if it happens even one more time, even once, quote, even once more, he would consider excluding Diddy from the courtroom. Is it going to happen again, Agnifilo? It's not going to happen again, Your Honor. After the rebuke, Diddy sat with his arms crossed in his chair pushed back from the defense table. Who am I? Not to be confused with, what's her name? Sabrina Morrissey. She makes a similar face. Let's see what this is.
The Inner City Press here at midday on Thursday, June 5th in the U.S.
I know it's hard for y'all to hear. I just want to hear it. I'll translate it out loud if anything happens. We're waiting for him to come back from the lunch. Shout out to Inner City Press. What a patriot. What a blessing.
Late, but Vanna, or Brianna, Combs' lawyer, Westmoreland, took her to the very edge and then showed that the date on which she said she'd been injured, or at least the metadata of the photo of her bruise that she took right after the incident of hanging off the balcony. On that very same day, Sean Combs was staying in the Trump International Hotel by Central Park West and ordering a $200 breakfast. This wasn't explained really on redirect. They just said, "You're not in it for the money, are you?" And you can't remember everything. But the metadata, it's not a question. It's not a. I mean, she's only one witness. So what I want to get to in the brief time we have before it restarts is during the break, after the jurors were out, Judge Subramanian told Agnifilo, "Your client has been smiling."
Okay, we're getting more details from Inner City Press. He said, Judge Subramanian looked at Mark Agnifilo and said, "Your client has been smiling and nodding at jurors, and it can't continue. Your client has been smiling and nodding at jurors, and it can't continue."
And if it does, I'll give a limiting instruction, which you won't like.
I'll give a limiting. It cannot continue. And if it does, I'm going to give a limiting instruction that you're not going to like, Mark. Meaning the judge is going to tell the jury any nodding, it should be taken as something he wasn't allowed to do or whatever. I don't know what the limiting instruction could possibly be.
Or I'll have your client
Or I'll have your client removed
from the courtroom.
from the courtroom.
Is it that possible? It is. There's a rule. Criminal rule.
And people, probably bots, probably AstroTurf bots are asking, how is that possible? And Inner City Press said, yeah, it is, because there's a rule.
Federal rule of criminal federal procedure. Anyway, of RCP 43 says that it can be once the warning has been given and reasons are put on the record, and the trial can.
Once warnings have been given and the reasons have been put on the record, and the trial can continue without that person in there, they continue the behavior. We read the rule together, also cited by Inner City Press.
Proceed. So we'll see if it comes to that. There's some juror stuff that is also of some concern. I don't know what the judge is going to do. What the judge said about the upcoming witness, Jane, he read a warning that there should be no recording in notes or sketches of the witness. Now, this is
Okay, so now he's talking about Jane Doe. He said the judge gave an instruction that said there should be no recording of the witness or no description of her in the notes, no taking notes, but it's just confused. What does that mean? I am a lawyer. I'm not an attorney. I don't have the license to practice law. I took the bar. I had the license to practice law. I gave it up so I could do this unencumbered. However, even to me, it's unclear what this judge is even saying. They can't take any notes at all. They can't take notes about what exactly. I don't get it. And it's making it very unclear to the media, who's often not lawyers, didn't go to law school, not even paralegals or anything. And you shouldn't have to be, and you don't have to be. It makes it confusing what this instruction even is.
the witness. Now, this problem.
Let me rewind.
Recording in notes or what the judge said about the upcoming.
What the judge said about the upcoming witness. I need to figure out like how to make the video run through the thing. I know that it's not loud enough. I need to get a speaker hooked up or something.
He read a warning that there should be no.
He read a warning that there should be no recording in notes, no recording in notes or sketches of the witness. Now, Inner City Press has an analysis. Let's see what he has to say.
I'm sorry to say it, but the notes mean written notes? Because that's the whole point.
He's like, does the note mean written notes? Because that's the whole point
of the press being here. If it were writing, no one wants to, they put an exhibit on the screen of the previous witness.
They put an exhibit on the screen of a previous witness. That was Mia. They did that. The prosecutors did it.
Apparently by mistake, but there was no way to know it was a mistake. But now, this more recent one, I think I'm fully committed to the student of this thing. But I think it was important. There was some legal argumentation, but nothing about this idea that no notes can be taken. They're here in.
What does that mean? No notes can be taken. The judge really does need to clarify what that means.
Kinlow Square, as I call it. Some call it Chatham Square. Federal judges are crossing the street. It's Chinatown. It's lunchtime. It's the Sean Combs trial reaching.
Federal judges are just randomly crossing the street.
New peaks. We're working already on week 4 of Diddy on trial. Week 3 is available.
He has books. I need to go buy his whole collection of books.
In part to rebut some ridiculous reports that are coming out. But fact is,
shout out to him. What a treasure. And he's almost gained 100,000 followers on Twitter just in the time since he's been covering the Diddy case. He had 278,000, I believe, whenever he started covering it the first, day of trial or whatever. We have a new update. Oh, woo, they're calling him out. Thank you. Come through, Adam Rice. Adam Rice said from NBCnews.com, he said Diddy was spotted making faces at the jury since the start of the trial. Court artist Jane Rosenberg, who has had her eyes and binoculars, I said that's so country, binocular, who has had her who's had her eyes and binoculars on Diddy for more than a month, tells NBC News that Diddy has been making facial expressions at jurors since the start of the trial. Diddy has been attempting to interact with various members of the jury, both affirmatively and negatively, depending on the testimony. Rosenberg, the court artist, said. Several NBC reporters and producers have witnessed the same. So, Your Honor, the fact that he's doing it now is probably because this judge has let him get away with doing it. He's let calamity ensue. This judge needs to really rein this courtroom in. He needs to rein them in. He needs to rein in the people in the overflow room as well. He just has to, because it's a freaking circus. It's a circus. But it seems like he is. Look, he rebuked. He rebuked. Okay. Barbie Gone Bad said the streets are saying KK has officially been named as a co-conspirator. Is that true? Let's see. We have a new entry from a New York Post. Look, 2 minutes ago, New York Post. Judge threatens to remove Diddy from courtroom for nodding at jurors. The judge threatened to have Diddy removed from the courtroom for nodding at the jurors. After the jury was dismissed for lunch, the judge blasted Combs for looking at jurors and nodding vigorously during the testimony. It cannot happen again. The judge also warned Diddy's lawyer, Mark Agnifilo, that he would consider removing Diddy from the courtroom if he continued. He said it can't even happen once more, not even once more. It cannot happen not one single more another time. Okay. So the lunch break was supposedly over 16 minutes ago. Let's check the D-Vlog said Roger Bonds and Uncle Paulie definitely needed to be sitting by Diddy. Let me check the what's it called? The docket. Let's see if anything's been filed. Okay, it's taking its time. Hold on, let me do an internet speed test. I'm running an internet speed test. I'm trying to do a diagnostic before we get back. Okay, it looks like it's holding up pretty good. So this.
Photo was the bruise with metadata. The problem is, by her not saying, oh, I took this days later, or I'm not sure if it was the exact day, it makes it look like she's not telling the truth. So you see that challenge that we have there? So there's still room. But and then the prosecution said, regardless of the exact date, do you have any doubt that Diddy dangled you over the balcony? No. Let me tell you this about that. I do believe Diddy dangled her over the balcony, and I do believe her date was incorrect. The reason I feel confident he did, in fact, dangle her is Diddy, they were literally in mediation. They were in talks. They were going back and forth. Diddy would never do that if it never happened. Diddy had, remember, Rob Holiday called her. Diddy FaceTimed her and talked to her about it. If it never happened, the FaceTime would have been something along that, you lying and you coming up missing. It wouldn't be, don't do this. Like, listen, we can work this out. It happened. It just didn't happen on the day he was at the Trump. That is my thoughts. Now, recross. All right. Oh, baby, recross. On recross, Nicole tried to say, isn't it true that all your entries happened on the same day? The girl said, now she could have said, I didn't say nothing. And she said something like, I don't recall. She didn't say, no, they did not. Well, that's not true. All the injuries did happen on the same day. The issue is, what day was it? But she said, isn't it true all the injuries happened on the same day? She said, yes. As in the neck. Hold on, a bus is coming by. Also, they said, isn't it true? They tried to, remember, the prosecution tried to distance her from the accusation of SA by saying, once you found out that was an untrue allegation, you fired your lawyer, correct? Tyrone Blackburn, she said yes. Hold on. But Nicole came fresh out the gate on what's called recross. This was the last set of questions Nicole asked. On recross, she said, isn't it true your new lawyers filed the same allegation? She said yes. In other words, you might have fired Tyrone for making that allegation, but your new lawyers have not corrected the allegation. Uh-oh, that's a problem. Then she said all the injuries happened in the same day. Then Nicole went into this. It says, isn't it true that this never happened, that you were never dangled over that balcony, that those injuries have nothing to do with puppeting? She said, no, that's not true. She said, isn't it true you don't want to say anything to mess up your lawsuit? Isn't it true you are seeking $10 million? And you don't want to mess up the opportunity for you to be a 10 millionaire. She said, that's not true. She said, no further questions. A 10 millionaire, y'all. Because she said, because the girl tried to say, no, I want justice. She said, and this is what she said finally. She said, no, I care about justice. She said, and justice for you is becoming a millionaire. No further questions. Girl, and sat down. And sat down. I said, oh, Lord, y'all. That is the morning. Okay, that is, I'm tired of just telling you this story. I need a beverage. It's going to be water because I got to go back up there. All right, let me know your questions below. Hit that subscribe. Share this, share this, share this. All right, thanks, guys. Going back up to the courtroom. Bye, y'all.
If you're new here, explosive testimony just happened today. The prosecutors called back Brianna. Defense started off by continuing to cross-examine her, and whoa, did they pull the trick, okay?
I could stay late. I can stay late. So the court is back. I don't know if it's back in session officially, but the judge is back on the bench and he's talking about scheduling. So let me just run through here and see updates from any others. Yep, 27 minutes ago, they're rebuking. 7 minutes ago from the Independent. Judge threatens to kick Diddy out. Judge threatened to kick Diddy out of courtroom, nodding vigorously. Diddy nodded and looked at the panel during recent testimony, which is absolutely unacceptable. I want to see if anyone's ever been like barred. No, I don't think the judge had a talk with the jury. No, I don't even think he's allowed to do that without everybody being present. Defendant removed from courtroom. Federal Rule of Criminal Procedure. What was it? 44 something for? Look, the AI said a defendant in a courtroom may be removed if their conduct is so disruptive that the proceedings cannot continue with them present. This is generally a matter of judicial discretion, meaning it's up to the judge's discretion, and the court must warn the defendant before the removal. Additionally, a defendant may be removed if they are voluntarily absent after the trial has begun, or if they waive their right to be present. The judge is back on the bench. The jury is entering now. Assistant U.S. Attorney Maureen Comey said they intend to call Enrique Santos to the stand. She said this before the jury was dismissed for a short break. D said defense just wants Jane past Thursday. Yep. It seems like that to me. It seems like they're just trying to keep her here for a whole week on the stand. All right, let's see if NBC, nope. Washington Post, a new. Thank you to Denise for the $2 super chat. Look into Avicii unaliving connections to Diddy. Okay, would you have a where should I start? Is there a video or something already? Thank you so much for the $2. Thank you for the £2, Jennifer. They should train an internal camera on him in court. They should, but they're not going to let it. Thank you to Tatum. Is this Tatum from Louisiana or different Tatum? Thank you to Tatum for the $19.99 super chat. Thank you. Thank you, Be Nice, for the $4.99. The SDNY error was giving Mia's job title, date, and description, exposed her in her question. Yeah, that's what Inner City Press was saying, that they put stuff up on the screen. Thank you, Brittany, for the $1.99 super chat. And thank you, Daphne, for the $2. Daphne says, is that considered trying to influence the jury? I don't know if it is considered that or not. It seems like the judge might be considering it that. Thank you for the $2. Thank you, Biddles Bean, for the $5 super chat. Remember Darrell Brooks, who was continually, yes, I do, removed from a Wisconsin court for his continued disruptions and outrageous behavior toward the judge? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Thank you for the $5. Thank you, Orion Macmillan. Oh, I'm related to the Macmillans. You might be my cousin. Thank you for the $2 super sticker. Thank you, Alex. Shout out to you for being a member for 1 month. Can we move on? Hurry up and wait. Exactly. Darrell Brooks. Yes. Thank you, Biddles Bean, for the $2. Thank you, Unnamed and Unindicted, for the $2 super chat. Brooks was moved to another room during trial. Yes, he was. Thank you for that $2. Thank you to XOX Men for the $3.99 Australian super sticker. Thank you. Thank you. And we got another chef. Everybody got another chef in the chat. Chef She. Thanks so much for the $2 super chat. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. They're stalling. Scrubbalina said they are stalling because they want the Diddy sleuth sympathizers to feed them any and all information that they can dig up on Jane to use against her. I could see that being the case. Thank you, Lucinda R, for the $19.99. Regarding traditional media, no more word of the men and minor. Yeah, no, I never heard anything about them. Any alleged male victims and no minors. Nope. Thank you for the $19.99. Thank you. There was a problem. Bootleg Critic said there was a problem with one of the jurors in the 90s. Interesting. Now, we do have those backup jurors. Remember, we had the alternates. So if they are going to find any issues with any jurors, they could get traded out. Court is back from lunch. The judge is on the bench. Okay, this was a minute ago. We already read that. Let's get back to Inner City Press. He's usually the fastest. Okay, jury entering. All rise. First, a stipulation, a seizure at a Miami airport of Christina Karam's cell phone. These are true exhibits. Publish the exhibit. And these are text messages with Cassie and Christina Karam. Now, where are these text messages coming from? They are allegedly coming from Christina Karam's cell phone, which was seized from a Miami airport. Inner City Press is able to see these exhibits. These are text bubbles with Cassie and Christina Karam. Something about dangles over ledge, OMG. The assistant U.S. attorney said the metadata shows September 30th, 2016. Okay, so now we're bringing a witness in to testify on these matters. Also, if you're just joining back from the break, Diddy has allegedly, according to court sketch artists and several NBC reporters and producers, they have all witnessed Diddy making faces at the jury for more than a month since the start of the trial. I wonder if the judge has been getting any updates from people saying like the jurors have been making faces and passing notes. I have heard reporting of that the jurors have been making faces to each other, passing notes, saying, I told you, that's what I said, and doing all kinds of shenanigans. And the judge has not stopped them. And so maybe the judge realizes that that has gotten out into the public. And maybe it, is embarrassing or something. So I guess they're swearing in what this guy, Enrique Santos. Okay, so we get an update from CNN. Hold on. We got an update from CNN. It's the same thing that they had posted earlier, but I think they changed some stuff. They give some more details on Enrique Santos, an analyst at the Southern District of New York who performs forensic examinations of electronic devices. Okay. This is a forensic examiner of electronic devices. And he's going to come in and testify about some text messages between Cassie and Christina Karam about somebody getting dangled. Okay. Maybe over the balcony. I don't know. It just says dangling. Look. Text bubbles with Cassie. Dangles over ledge. OMG. An update from NBC. Government calls investigative analyst to the stand. Enrique Santos, an investigative analyst for the U.S. Attorney's Office, was called to the witness stand. He's an expert at pulling data from cell phones, tablets, and other devices with GPS technology. So we're still just waiting for Inner City Press or anyone to start giving us the updates about what's going on inside this here courtroom. Oh, yes. The details queens are on it again, back on the case. This is Anne Brannigan, Washington Post, just now. She's giving us a little bit of a look inside the courtroom at some of the interpersonal things going on. As defense attorneys milled around waiting for court to resume, Diddy and his attorney, Nicole Westmoreland, were engrossed in an animated conversation at the defense table. Westmoreland sat in a chair with her legs crossed and her chin in her hand, chatting with her client. Soon after, her co-counsel, Xavier Donaldson, ambled over and joined in. Despite being rebuked, we got more rebuking, by the judge for his interactions with the jury minutes earlier, Diddy appeared in good spirits after Westmoreland spent the morning picking apart the account of a government witness. So, Diddy was happy. He was happy that they're abusing these witnesses on the stand. It is basically what he hired them to do. So he's happy about it, it seems. Okay, so still nothing new from Inner City Press. Most recent tweet was a full 7 minutes ago. First, a stipulation, a seizure at a Miami airport of Christina Karam's cell phone. These are true excerpts. Published the exhibit. It's text messages with Cassie dangling over the ledge. So I guess those are being allowed in, but Christina Karam's are not being allowed in, where she says, Diddy says that didn't happen. The government argued they shouldn't come in. Diddy's lawyers argued there was text messages that say Christina Karam texted back and said, Diddy said that didn't happen, which is like totally just hearsay. And if Diddy is saying something needs to happen, then Diddy needs to sit his behind right there on a stand and testify to it. So the judge is not letting that part in, but he is letting the government's texts in from the device recovered from Christina Karam. It was a cell phone and there's text messages in it. So this guy that's coming in now Enrique Santos. He is going to testify to them. He is SDNY analyst who performs forensic examinations of electronic devices. He's coming into the stand to basically authenticate these text messages. And then we're going to have Jane Doe, victim 2, come through. Two minutes ago, Anne Brannigan from Washington Post gives us another update. The government has called its next witness to the stand, Enrique Santos. His questioning is not expected to take long. Prosecutors have said he will help jurors understand aspects of Jane's upcoming testimony, particularly scores of text messages expected to be shown to the jury. She is an alleged ST victim of Diddy and is using a pseudonym. Now, I can only hope and wonder if this is where Lou Taylor and TriStar might get mentioned. I'm a little surprised they've not been mentioned at all. Like, what about the money aspect of things? It's like, can we get to that? On the stand 41 seconds ago, Enrique Santos said he's worked at the Southern District New York Prosecutor's Office for 17 years, and he's done 3,000 cell phone extractions. These are iPhones. Whose were they? He said they were Cassie Ventura's. One had a changed IMEI number. He said he had it fixed. I don't know what a changed IMEI number is. Maybe he'll explain. We got another update. Dang. Okay, Nicole Westmoreland might have took her best shot, but now we're getting more evidence. Now we're getting more evidence from the government that maybe that balcony incident did in fact happen. Look, prosecution, this is CNN.com 1 minute ago. Prosecution shows 2016 text message from Cassie describing Diddy allegedly choking Bonna and dangling her off a balcony. Before calling Enrique Santos to the stand, Assistant U.S. Attorney Christy Slavic reviewed a screenshot of a text message thread between Christina Karam, Christina Karam, former chief of staff for Diddy, and Cassie. So KK and Cassie texts. According to the metadata, the photo was taken September 30th, 2016. Cassie texted KK, "I just found some crazy beep. He came into my house while my friends were here, and we were all sleeping, and they woke me up because he was ringing the bell crazy at 3 a.m. And when he came in, I went to my room, and he went at Bonna, choked her, and then dangled her feet off the balcony. This is crazy." Cassie then said, "I have to stay away." The screenshot was recovered from KK's phone, which was seized at a Florida airport about a little over a year ago, March 25th, 2024. Enrique is now on the stand. It appears to be a text message. Now, this guy, because Diddy's team is going to say this is fake, this is doctored, this is photoshopped, this isn't real. So here come the forensic examiner to say, oh, yes, it is. Thanks much to Onyx Sunflower for $4.99 super chat. Ray J is posting online he's leaving the country and he's on the way to Antigua. That's interesting because Brittany, like, one of her first rehabs was Antigua, and it was owned by, Brittany stands in the chat. Who was it that owned that? Lenny Kravitz or something, one of them? Ray J was brought up yesterday, y'all, and nobody reported on it until all the YouTubers got out of court. I made a BJ Investigates about it, but yesterday Nicole Westmoreland asked Bonna if she remembered the names of the substance dealers that they dealt with, and she said, "I don't know if I could remember all of them. I was messed up or whatever." And tell me why Nicole Westmoreland asked Bonna. She said, "Was one of them dealers' names Ray J?" And remember, Bonna had an immunity deal. So she had to tell the truth or else she could be prosecuted. So she sat out there and she was like, "I don't remember if one of them's name was Ray J, apparently." I heard all this from Mims, but other YouTubers reported on it. And I do have a BJ Investigates coming out on it, but Ray J is coming up. That's interesting to me. He got mentioned yesterday. Now he's talking about he's leaving the country. Thanks so much for the $4.99. Thank you to Cass Dra for the $5 super chat. Thanks for your fun and intelligent commentary. Hope you're feeling better. I am starting to feel better. Thanks so much to Tatum for the $4.99 super chat. I guess I'll have to change my name to be accepted. No, I mean, I accepted you. Thanks so much for the $4.99 super chat. Super chat's totally worth it regardless because I love you anyway. Shout out to you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Lori, for the $4.99 super chat. Demons can't stand bells. Oh, they can't? Rebuke. Rebuke. Thank you, Lori, for the $4.99. Thank you to Victoria for the $4.99 super chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's see if we have anything new from Inner City Press. Looks like no. Already read that. Already read that. We have an update from CNN. Judge's warning to Diddy for nodding at the jury could be used in a potential appeal. And you know that everybody, including the judge, including the both sides, Diddy's lawyers, the government's lawyers, everybody's preparing for an appeal because pretty much no matter what, there's probably going to be an appeal. The judge warning to the defense said Diddy could be okay. The judge issued a warning to Diddy saying he could be excluded from the courtroom if he continues to interact with the jury. This fact could be used in a potential appeal. Laura Coates, CNN chief legal analyst and anchor, said. She said she has heard in the past judges give similar warnings in other cases when the defendant was perceived as theatrical or particularly disruptive, or if the judge believed that somehow the conduct of the defendant might possibly influence or intimidate the jurors in the case. Direct eye contact is one of the things that's been listed. However, the lawyer noted in the high-profile case of Diddy, the judge did this admonishment knowing that the defense is well-versed in the appeals process and knows full well that anything the judge orders their defendant and client not to do, if a conviction results, could very well go up on appeal. This lawyer added that there is a common sense notion that a defendant will have a human instinct to react. The judge, however, has a very tight leash on this trial, including the attorneys and beyond. No, he doesn't. That overflow room is out of freaking control. This was a moment that I have not seen where Diddy, who's normally stoic, looking ahead, has been threatened if he reacts and looks at the jury and nods along with the testimony. He could possibly not be present for his own criminal trial. Analyst says some contact names were lost or altered when recovering data from Cassie's phones. Okay, less than a minute ago, CNN.com, they said digital forensic analyst Enrique Santos testified that he extracted data from 3 iPhones belonging to Cassie. He said investigators recovered several deleted records from the devices. So she had deleted the stuff from the devices, but they were able to recover it. He testified that when the deleted records were recovered, certain messages lost the contact names or had strange characters inserted into the names. Okay, next question. If a user takes a screenshot, what is the metadata? Santos said the creation date, the modified data, and where it is stored. So if you take a screenshot, this is what the creation date of the screenshot, where it is stored, and any modified data. This exhibit, is this another extraction? Yes. No further questions. Okay, so then Diddy's lawyer gets up and says, so some messages remain. Hold on, let me find it. Lost the spot. These little Twitter threads are jumpy. Diddy's lawyer, some deleted messages do remain. The expert said, yes, some of the deleted messages do remain. So the government's already done with their first round of questions. I mean, it was literally a tweet. Analyst says some contact names were lost or altered when recovering data from Cassie's phone. He said he extracted data from 3 of Cassie's phones. He recovered several deleted records from the devices. When the deleted records were recovered, certain messages lost contact names or had strange characters inserted into the names. Full story. Judge lashes out at Diddy and threatens to boot him from the courtroom for nodding vigorously at jurors. Read the full story. Tech analyst takes the stand. 10 minutes ago, theindependent.com, Enrique Santos, an investigative analyst with the United States Attorney's Office, is now on the stand. 5 minutes ago, prosecution reveals text messages about balcony incident. Prosecutors showed the jury text messages from Cassie on September 26, 2016. I think it was 30th, they said. Bana testified yesterday that Diddy dangled her over a 17th floor balcony around that same exact date. Quote, he came into my house while my friends were here. We were all sleeping. They woke me up because he was ringing the bell crazy at 3 a.m. When he came in, I went to my room. And this was Ventura. This is her text. Quote, he came to my house while my friends were here. We were all sleeping. They woke me up. He was ringing the bell crazy at 3 a.m. When he came in, I went to my room and he went at Bana, choked her, then dangled her feet off the balcony. Cassie's text reads, earlier today, Diddy's attorney claimed Bana lied after she testified about the incident. 1 minute ago, defense is cross-examining Santos. Direct examination is finished. Defense attorney Teeny Garagos is now beginning cross-examination. Livy said jailbreaking a phone doesn't change the IMEI. Changing the IMEI of a phone is illegal and it is not easily done. I've jailbroken phones. It doesn't change the IMEI. Interesting. Jared, I don't know when the text is dated. We're getting different things. We're getting one saying that it's 26, one saying it's the 30th. Seven seconds ago. September 30th is the capture date of the screenshot, correct? Yes. Thank you. Next witness. First, some sealed exhibits under the pseudonym order and because sexually explicit. 1503. At this time, we'll call her Jane. Okay. Enrique Santos was on there 2 minutes. I mean, he really didn't last long up there on that stand. However, that being said, they were supposedly came back from lunch like 45 minutes ago. So it really has been quite a while. It's 2:19. They were supposed to be back from lunch at 1:30. But he's leaving the stand and we're getting Jane Doe coming up to the stand. Enrique Santos came in and left out. It was quick. It was fast. They were in a hurry and they are trying. Look, 18 minutes ago, NBC reported that the investigative analyst was called to the stand and boom, he's already off the stand within 18 minutes. Look, they didn't barely even tweet about it over here, Washington Post, before it was over. Who is Enrique Santos? An investigative analyst with the U.S. Attorney's Office, he said he's worked for the office for 17 years and extracted data from more than 3,000 cell phones, and he was authenticating where the messages came from and why some of the names and whenever they were redirecting and re-recovering things got messed up, some of the names got deleted, etc., etc. We have an update from CNN. What to expect to hear from Jane based on opening statements. Jane, a single mother, began dating Diddy in 2020. The assistant U.S. attorney said in her opening statements, Diddy promised that if they did freak offs, they would spend quality time together. But it was a lie, the assistant U.S. attorney said. Instead, Diddy allegedly forced her to take substances and stay awake for days at a time. Now, remember, Cassie also testified. Diddy physically and sexually abused her and used violence and blackmail to make her participate in drug-fueled sex parties known as freak-offs for over more than a decade. About a year ago, Diddy and Jane had a physical fight at her home. She tried to run out the front door, but he grabbed her in a chokehold, lifted her by the neck, and kicked her to the ground, Attorney Johnson said. Later that night, he forced her into a freak-off. In contrast, the defense is saying, and they said in their opening statement, Jane was a willing participant to all of those sexual encounters, and they also argued that the fight last year featured mutual violence. Jane's allegations are key to the racketeering charge. One count of ST and one count of transportation to engage in prostitution. Ms. Comey, bring the witness in. The assistant U.S. attorney said, please confirm that all the exhibit screens in the public gallery are off. The courtroom deputy said they are. Will exhibits be made available by the next day? The filing still is not being docketed. I'm aggravated about it too, Matthew Russell Lee. Believe you me. Let's go to Washington Post. They do have a new update. Okay, 1 minute ago, Wesley Parnell, Washington Post. Prosecutors showed the jury evidence that they say helps to shore up Bonna's disputed account of being dangled over a ledge by Diddy. It's a September 30th, 2016 text message chain between Cassie and Christina Karam, Diddy's chief of staff at the time of the incident. Quote, he came into my house while my friends were here. We were all sleeping. They woke me up because he was ringing the bell crazy at 3 a.m., she wrote in one message. Before lunch, Diddy's lawyers presented evidence indicating Diddy was not in L.A. on the date Bonna recalled being assaulted, September 26th. But Bonna testified she was never exactly clear on the exact date of the incident. Jane takes the stand. The prosecution has called the witness testifying under the pseudonym Jane to the stand. The judge read the jury an instruction about witnesses testifying under pseudonyms. He reminded the panel that they will learn Jane's true identity, but it will not be stated publicly in court. Jane takes the stand. Inner city press is not describing her physical appearance. Where did you grow up? California. What was your level of college? Junior college, then modeling. With whom did you have a relationship from 2021 through 2024? Jane said, Sean Patati Combs. She just said Sean Combs. Okay, so Jane's on the stand, everybody. 2:24 p.m., June 5th. Jane takes the stand. Okay, nothing new there yet. NBC hasn't caught up. We already read the Wesley Parnell one. Let's check out the Independent. 7 minutes ago, Fox News said Cassie Ventura texts about alleged balcony incident entered as evidence in Diddy trial. No witnesses are, oh wait, hold on. Jurors were read a number of texts between Cassie and Christina Karam, Diddy's former chief of staff. No witnesses were on the stand at the time. Cassie allegedly wrote that Diddy arrived at her home, choked Bana, and also dangled her feet over a balcony. And then Cassie wrote, "I have to stay away." The metadata from the test was sent on September 30th, 2016. During day 16 of Diddy's trial, this was yesterday, his lawyer, Nicole Westmoreland, cross-examined Bana and questioned her about her claims that Diddy dangled her off a balcony in 2016. So Jane dated Diddy from 2021 through 2024. The jury was shown Jane's driver's license with her identifying information. Less than a minute ago, CNN.com, Jane testified she was in a relationship with Diddy from 2021 to 2024. She said she called Diddy Sean, Baby, Ernie, and Snookums. She said they called each other Bert and Ernie, like characters from Sesame Street. Okay. That is interesting, girl. She called Diddy Snookums. What did you call him? Sean, Baby, Ernie. Why Ernie? We did that. I was Bert. When did you meet him? On a girls' trip to Miami in 2020. He was dating my friend. He was really funny and nice, and we went on a yacht partying. So Diddy was dating her friend, and she started dating him. Okay, we're off to a great start. Oh man, Nicole Westmoreland or Brian Steele is going to tear this poor lady up. I already know that's just what they do. What did you call him? Sean, Baby, Ernie. Somebody said Snookums. We have a new update from NBC a minute ago. 1 minute ago, NBCnews.com, if they let it stay up, Cassie let Diddy aide know about the dangling incident. And I think they're going to be this Diddy aide, Christina Karam, I think she's going to be brought up as a co-conspirator. That's what the word on the street's been saying. Santos only testified briefly about extracting data from cell phones, including deleted messages he got. In one such message from Cassie's phone, Cassie informed Combs Enterprises chief of staff, Christina Karam, about the 2016 balcony incident when he allegedly dangled a woman over the balcony. Cassie implied that she didn't witness the alleged attack, but seemed to believe it really happened. "This is crazy," Cassie wrote, according to text messages admitted through Santos. "I have to stay away." The text message could bolster Bana's testimony and help prosecutors push more of the case away from Diddy personally and closer to his company and a possible act of racketeering. We have another new update. Witness just now, NBCnews.com, witness known as Jane has been called to the stand. The government has called the witness testifying under the pseudonym Jane to the stand. The judge told the jury they will know her real name, but it will not be mentioned publicly to protect her privacy. That doesn't give her greater or lesser weight of any other witness, the judge told the jury. She wore a brown suit and blouse to court, and they're not supposed to be describing her. So I just started reading it before I even realized. So I'm going to try my best not to do that. But to be completely fair, it's hard to know what the rules really are. Let's see if we have any new tweets. Yep. Okay. She said, "Where did you meet him? I met him on a girls' trip to Miami in 2020. He was dating my friend. Then I started dating him. He was really funny and nice. We went on a yacht. We went partying. He gave me his cell phone number. Did you see any substances?" She said, "Yes, I saw on the first night. One of my friends said she wanted substances, I guess. I don't want you to guess. Where did you go?" She said, "The studio in 2 Star. So 2 Star Island, Miami. A man pulled out pink powder. Give me 1 second, y'all. I just got to run out of my room and grab something real quick. 1 second. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, Cassandra, tell them. If anybody is guessing, please stop guessing. We're under court order not to advertise who this Jane Doe is. Thank you very much. We're not doing guesses. This is Jane Doe, all right? Okay. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Diamond. All right, let me see. Shout out to CC becoming a member. If Diddy's looks, nods can influence the jury, does that go to show his influence on others? Yeah, it could, Nikki. Yeehaw. Shout out to the Texas cousins in the chat. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Thanks so much to Jennifer for the $2 super chat. Thank you so much to Miss Virgoat 29 for the $2 super chat. Me and coworkers love you, snacking and working. Yes, Slay. I'm right there with y'all. We're snacking and working. Thank you to Yes Carter for the $20 super chat. Thank you for all your hard work. Thank you so much to Michelle Santiago for the $2 super chat. Thank you to Nicole for the $5 super chat. He was cheating on this lady. Wonder if there are RICO cases on pimps. Now I have to read Lil Rod's lawsuit again. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Yep, I made rebuking in mode again. Thank you, Easying All, for the $5 super chat. Let's see. Yeah, let's refrain from trying to guess who Jane Doe is in my chat. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Let me refresh and see if Inner City Press has said anything new. Yes, he has. Okay. So we got Jane Doe on the stand. Okay. I went to the studio in Two Star Island in Miami. A man pulled out some pink powder. My girlfriend was upset. So this person is like calling her friend that's a girl. My friend was upset. She thought I was getting, okay, my girlfriend who was dating Diddy was upset. She thought I was getting with Diddy. So we left abruptly. What about the next day? She said we had drinks by the pool and then a movie night in the theater in his residence. He texted me, I'd like to take you out. I replied that I felt complicated. Because remember, it's like, my ex, that make it all feel complicated. Damn. I think that song came out in 2020. Is that true? Did I make that up? Maybe 2021. So Diddy gave her his cell phone number. Did you use substances? Yes, I did. It was in the studio at Two Star. A man pulled out some pink powder and all that. But my friend was upset because she thought that I was trying to get with Diddy. So we left. And the next day, we were having drinks by the pool, then a movie night in his theater in his residence. And he texted me that he wanted to take me out. But I replied that felt complicated because he's dating my friend. Where were you living then? She said the East Coast. Did Diddy contact you? Yes. He was flirtatious. He invited me to Miami. And then they showed some text messages to her, but we are not going to see it. Maybe ever. It's just up to the government whenever they want to put it on the docket. And then when they do, it's going to be really redacted. So I don't know what it's going to say, but it's text messages. She's reading them right now. The assistant U.S. attorney says, read these text messages. What does he say? He says, call me Ernie. Ernie. So he got different names that he uses with different people. Who was pursuing who? Jane said, he was pursuing me, but I was being considerate of my friend. but she got engaged and moved overseas. So I felt I could do this Diddy thing then. She had been seeing Diddy and her fiance at the same time. Yes. Woo, messy. So she was dating Diddy. This other girl's dating Diddy and also getting engaged to some other man. But apparently it's mutual because Diddy was doing the same thing. Okay. It's getting messy. Okay. I went to Miami in 2021. He got me a hotel room. Okay, question. Where did you have your first date? The hotel balcony. How long did your first date last? 5 days. What? Where did you have your first date? The hotel balcony. How long did you have your first date? 5 days. She was on the hotel balcony for 5 days. What did you tell him about your past? That I dated someone that he knew. Okay. Sorry. Just doing some personal things. Okay. Let's go to, we have a new update from CNN. The witness says she first met Diddy on a girls' trip to Miami. She recalls being drawn to him. She testified that she first met him on a girls' trip to Miami, Florida in late 2020. She met Diddy, who was romantically involved with one of her friends. She was also on the trip. At a dinner Diddy hosted at his Miami home, Diddy paid for the trip. She first met him at a dinner at Diddy's home. She was there with her friend who was dating him. But this girl was dating Diddy and her fiance at the same time, this other girl. And then she ended up getting engaged and moving overseas. Jane recalled the trip lasting about 5 days and seeing Diddy on about 3 of the 5 days. And she said the first night she met Diddy, he was really hospitable and funny. Quote, he was really charming, really nice, and I was already drawn to him pretty instantly. The group started at Diddy's Miami home and then went on to party. So they started at Diddy's house and then they went on to party on a yacht. There was a little bit of flirting going on, Jane testified about the early encounters she had with Diddy. We already read that. Okay. 3 new updates from Washington Post. Enrique Santos' testimony was dry. He is a forensic expert testifying for the purpose of understanding and validating text messages from Jane's phone, an anonymous witness who dated Diddy beginning in 2020. So we're getting different reports. Did she start dating him in 2020? Did she start dating him in 2021? Unclear. She met him in 2020, but I don't know if she started dating him then. We're getting different reports. Anyway, she's testifying about her accusations of prolonged abuse. Santos, the expert that came on right before her, explained how he extracted and recovered emojis, how WhatsApp stores data, and at what point a cell phone deletes underlying data. At least 2/3 of the messages on Jane's phone had been deleted, but most of it was recovered. Okay, this is news. Enrique Santos is testifying that most of the text messages have been recovered, including emojis, but like 2/3 of her messages were deleted. 9 minutes ago, the government has called its next witness to the stand, Diddy's ex-girlfriend, testifying under the alias Jane to protect her privacy. Her testimony is considered some of the most important testimony of the trial, and she's expected to be on the stand for several days as she lays out details of the case against Diddy. 5 minutes ago, Washington Post, Wesley Parnell, Jane said she met Diddy on a trip to Miami in 2020. At the time, Diddy was dating one of Jane's friends and paid for Jane to come along. When the trip ended, Jane said Diddy offered her his phone number. Jane is using a pseudonym in court. She testified that they subsequently texted each other under different pet names. She often called him Ernie from Sesame Street and Schnookums. Okay. What did you tell him about your past? That I dated someone he knew? Also, that my child's father didn't get along with Diddy, but Diddy said he didn't mind. How many children do you have? Jane said one. And what did Diddy say about his relationships? Well, he said only my friend, and he said it wasn't a real relationship with her. And what did you do? She said, well, we made a lot of love. We walked on the beach. Later, we went on a proper first date, dressed up, a restaurant, and I was head over heels. How did you stay in contact with Diddy? Jane said, through text messages. Question, did you ever travel with him? Jane said yes, to Turks and Caicos. So this is bringing in that RICO, the international aspect of things, kind of gives it across state lines. That's one of the things that has to happen. It has to be across state lines. International, of course, is across state lines. Jane and Diddy gave each other the code names of Bert and Ernie. When Jane first met and flirted with Diddy, they came up with code names for each other. We exchanged numbers, and that's when we said we should have a nickname. He said Bert, and I said Ernie. The text message exchange between the two was later introduced, where they said, hi, Bert, and hi, Ernie. Bert and Ernie are, of course, best friends from Sesame Street. Okay. Jane said, I was excited. I'd never been to Turks and Caicos. Who else went in February 2020? Called myself a content creator. She called herself a content creator on social media. But what was your work? She said it was advertising brands on my social media. What did Diddy give you? He gave me a love bracelet. He said he would give me money too because he had taken me many days away. And I really appreciated that. How much money did he give you? $10,000 because he had taken her away from her social media content posting. Listen, y'all, nobody's paying me $10,000 to post nothing. I can tell you that. Never even been offered. Okay. We have two updates from CNN. Jane testifies about exchanging numbers with Diddy and first seeing him get substances. Okay. Jane testifies about exchanging. Okay. Diddy asked Jane, one of his accusers using a pseudonym, to exchange numbers as they talked at a 2020 yacht party in Miami. She said they chose the nicknames Bert and Ernie to put as each other's contact. Later that night, Jane said the group went back to Diddy's home and used the pool. Jane went with Diddy to his studio to get a pink powder substance after one of the other girls asked for substances. She recalled a man in the studio She recalled a man in the studio building gave Diddy the pink powder. wonder if it was One Stop. Is he still around? Jane asked them if the substance was safe and recalled they looked at her like, yeah, it is the best. Okay, so she was like, what's this pink powder? Is it safe? We're getting more details. She's like, is this safe? What is this? And they were like, oh, yeah, this is the best. Jane's group left the house party abruptly after that because her friend, who was seeing Diddy at the time, also suspected that there was something going on between Jane and Diddy. And that friend might have been onto something because they did eventually hook up and date for years. 2 minutes ago, CNN.com, Jane says Diddy pursued her after the Miami trip. She testified the next day that Diddy hosted a pool party for them on their last day in Miami, and they all watched a movie together. She said Diddy was texting her during the movie, asking if he could take her out. She testified that she told him they could be in touch. After Jane left Miami, she said Diddy texted her and called her, but she remember she was living on the East Coast. She said, quote, I remember he was flirtatious. He was inviting me back to Miami. She said Diddy was hesitant. She said she was hesitant at first. Jane was, because her friend still had feelings for Diddy. But after her friend got engaged, she felt she could consider the possibility of being with Diddy. What we know about Jane ahead of her testimony, according to Samantha Sherry and Ann Brannigan of the Washington Post. A woman who pseudonymously, I don't ever know how to say this, pseudonymously known as Jane, took the stand today to begin what is expected to be multiple days of testimony in support of the government's ST allegations against Diddy. Jane's identity is being kept secret due to the serious and horrific nature of her upcoming testimony, which prosecutors previewed during their opening statements last month. Quote, she ran to the bedroom and locked the door, and he kicked it open. Prosecutor Emily Johnson told the jury in her opening statements, describing an alleged incident in which Jane enraged Diddy by hitting and throwing things at him. Quote, she ran to her bathroom and locked the door. He kicked it open. She ran to her closet and locked the door. He kicked it open. She ran to the guest bedroom and locked the door. He kicked it open. She tried to run out the front door, but he grabbed her in a chokehold, lifted her off the ground by her neck, and kicked her to the ground. The government alleged that, like Cassie, Diddy's former girlfriend and the trial's star witness, Diddy also gave substances to Jane and forced her to participate in freak-offs with male escorts and often video recorded the performances. Jane was a single mom who started spending time with Diddy in 2020, according to the prosecutors. At the beginning, they were not at all public, as Diddy was seeing other women, and their life involved just the two of them in the beginning, until Diddy asked Jane to participate in a FO a few months into their relationship. So this sounds like Cassie's testimony as well, where it was like at first it was just us, but then shortly he disclosed his so-called fetish, and before you know it, the only time they ever did anything was the FOs. To make Diddy happy, Jane agreed. She thought the freak off would be a one-time thing, prosecutors said, but Diddy continued to ask for freak offs, promising Jane the quality time, dates, and trips that she had wanted to take with him more than anything. Diddy never delivered. Jane is expected to testify about the freak offs, including how Diddy denied her request to have the escorts wear protection and how Diddy didn't listen to her displeasure with the incidents. Prosecutors also said that Diddy took over Jane's finances. Okay. I remember in the Lil Rod lawsuit that Lil Rod said that Diddy would use Robin Greenhill to provide the cash payments to these S workers. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's Lou Taylor's friend over there at TriStar Sports and Entertainment. Prosecutors said Diddy took over Jane's finances, as he allegedly did with Cassie, viciously attacked and blackmailed her with videos of her having relations with escorts. They also planned to play phone recordings that show Diddy trying to manipulate Jane into saying she wanted to have freak offs and making thinly veiled references to continuing to pay for her home in exchange for her silence. Also similar to what happened with Cassie, The defense has argued Jane was a willing participant in everything she and Diddy did together, describing Jane's first freak off as a consensual threesome in her opening statements. This was Diddy's lawyer, Teeny Garagos, the one that's so proud. She's so proud to represent him. And it just makes me wonder, is she so proud because she don't see anything wrong with it because she's been doing it too? I mean, that's the only way I could see somebody just being so proud. That means they doing it too. Because otherwise, how could you be proud to represent this man? I mean, it's her honor, whatever she said. I feel like I need to read the opening statements verbatim for y'all because I'm getting so many quotes that I haven't seen before. Diddy's lawyer said that she spoke about this Jane Doe, quote, I expect that she will testify she enjoyed that night. She laid down on the couch after and said to herself, like, wow, I can't believe I just did that. That's Teeny Garagos describing what the testimony should be from this Jane Doe, that she liked it. That was the most recent. We have 2 updates from CNN. Witness says she was head over heels. Wait, no. Jane describes Diddy as charming on their first date and says their time together was amazing. 4 minutes ago, that first trip occurred in November 2020. Jane saw Diddy again, January 2021. So November 2020, 2 months later, she saw him again, January 2021. She had been planning to be in Miami for an event, and Diddy offered to book her a hotel. When Diddy walked in her when Diddy walked into her hotel room on the first night of her stay in Miami, he was, quote, larger than life. Everybody says this. With a big personality and charming. She said her first date with Diddy started with dinner on her hotel balcony that night. And the date ended up lasting 5 days. During that first dinner, they spoke about the father of her child, a man who Jane said is someone Diddy doesn't get along with. They also discussed how Jane dated a close friend of Diddy's around 2015. He said he didn't care about any of that. Okay, so she had her baby's dad doesn't get along with Diddy, and she also dated one of Diddy's friends. So these are 2 different exes. Diddy said he didn't care. She recalled that first night was amazing and they made lots of love. They spent the next several days together getting to know each other, Jane said. Witness says 2 minutes ago, CNN.com. She said she was head over heels for Diddy. And they spent one-on-one time on vacation. She said she was, quote, pretty head over heels after spending more time with Diddy in Miami 2021. She and Diddy went on another trip in February of that year, she testified. So January, they went on a trip, 2021, then February, the next month. I told him that my birthday was coming up and he was super excited and said we should go on an island getaway. She and Diddy went to Turks and Caicos and then the Bahamas. She said his assistant KK was there, and so was a chef, a photographer, a butler, and a barber. They spent about 15 days on the trip. She said she remembers so many lovely things about the trip and that she and Diddy spent a lot of one-on-one time together. We have 2 updates from NBC. Jane testifies that Diddy gave girls a pink powdery substance on a Miami trip, during a Miami trip in 2020. One of the girls requested substances and somebody brought the substances. Jane then said she walked with Diddy to a studio where they encountered another man and she saw substances. Jane said she asked if the substances were safe. And this is a quote, and I remember both of them looking at me like, kind of just gave me this look like, yeah, it's the best. Jane said Diddy took the pink powder back to the pool and gave it to the girls. Jane, 2 minutes ago, NBC News, fell head over heels for Diddy in Miami. She recalled a 5-day first date with Diddy in Miami in early 2021, and she fell head over heels for the music mogul. Lots of love, made love. It was just amazing. I remember it was like morning time and we just decided to go for a walk on the beach. Okay. What substances, hold on. So he gave me money because he had taken many days away from me posting on social media. I really appreciated that. How much money did he give you? $10,000. So this is trying to prove ST and also prostitution because he flew her out there for the purpose of having relations with her and gave her $10,000. That's the commercial purpose that has to be proven. I'm assuming that's why they brought that up. Okay. Before this pink powder stuff, what substances had you used before? She said EX 2 times, 2014, 2015. And you used it in Turks. Who suggested that? She said Diddy did, like 10 times. In the pool, he gave me a pill, said it would be more fun. I was walking down the beach with him and I fell. She said, I think I was screaming too. They put me in the shower. KK put me in the shower. Okay. Enterprise. Did you ever take another EX pill? She said, yeah, but it was a much smaller dose. It made me feel relaxed, euphoric, and sexual. It enhanced touch and sense. It made me feel more loving and flirtatious. What about coming down from EX? She said, it's kind of like your mind is just readjusting, coming down from being high up. You're just tired. Okay, and when you left from Turks and Caicos and went to the Bahamas, did you continue taking the substances? And she said, yes. EX, again, Diddy gave it to me. So they're trying to lay the foundation that Diddy is plying this lady with substances, money, love bombing, all of that. How much money did he wire you? $10,000. We started using the L word, like I love you. He told me he was seeing multiple women and I was okay with it. Why were you okay with that? Jane said, because I liked him. Question, did you have the sense? Question. Jane, did you have the sense of a monogamous relationship that's like exclusive where like we're just you and me are the only ones and you don't have other girlfriends? She said, no, I didn't have the sense that was an option. Until when did you continue dating Diddy? She said, until his arrest. Any breaks? Yes, 2 breaks. The second break was October 2023 for 4 months. When did you get back together? February 2024. Were you public with your relationship? No, it was private. Okay, so just to sit this in the timeline, October 2023, they broke up. November 2023, the very next month, Cassie sues. All right. February 2024, Jane gets back together with Diddy. And the very next month, it's crazy because look, October 2023, they break up. Boom, Cassie's lawsuit. February 2024, they get back together. 4 months later, boom, the next month, federal raids for ST. How public were you? See, February 2024 is when they got back together. And then the next month, that's when Diddy's house was raided. She said it was private. Did you post about your relationship with Diddy on your social media? Only once. And where did you move? She said, I moved from the East Coast to Los Angeles, to California. He gave me $6,000 for a moving trip. All right, so let's go back to 2021. February, March, April, May. How often did you see Diddy? She said every other week. And what did he give you? He was sweet. He would give me money here and there, cash, wires. Was it Robin Greenhill wiring it? When is TriStar entering the chat? Please. I'm waiting. Okay. What did he give you? He was sweet. He would give me money here and there, cash, wires, both. How often did you use substances? Jane said every time I saw him. EX, Molly Jean, cocaina, K. Molly enhanced like EX. It was Esual. So Molly made her feel Esual. And every time she saw Diddy, she was doing some of these substances. Uh-oh. The stilettos are entering the chat, everybody. She said horny. Cocaina made me feel alert. I did not like K. The walls were closing in. In what context did Diddy give you substances? And this Jane said when we were having relations. What did you learn? Uh-oh. Jane said, I learned so many things, girl, like how he liked to have pornography playing. He liked me in lingerie with high-end stripper shoes. I was to put baby oil all over my body and his. Okay, question. What type of rooms? She said, in his bedroom. And how was it lit? She said, we would have red lights on. How did you feel about the lights? She said, oh, I loved the lights. Okay, so May 2021, what happened? She said, I remembered that when we would watch pornography, okay, so now they're trying to lay down foundation for like a grooming type behavior, right? Like little by little. At first, it's great. We're going on trips. He's giving me $10,000. He's giving me these substances I never had before, and it made me feel so good and happy and sensual, and all that seemed nice. And she said, then little by little, it's like we have these red lights, high heels. He loved me to be in the lingerie, the stripper shoes. He liked to have the pornography playing. And then May 2021, remember, she met him in the end of 2020. They start hanging out January. So just a few months after they meet, what happened? She said, I remember when we would watch pornography, we would have like a lot more fantasy conversation, and her voice cracked. Do you need a break, Jane? Jane said, no. We would search things on these websites, and he wanted me to fantasize. Okay, so in May 2025, was there objection, Your Honor? Oh, sorry. Yeah, right. Sorry. May 2021. Right. We're back there. We're 4 years ago. May 2021. So sorry. Okay. Were you watching the pornography? She said, where were you watching the pornography? She said, Mia. Hold on. Mia? Oh, Miami, maybe. In May 2021, so a few months. Okay, let me just start with the previous tweet because it's gotten her, because she said the wrong year, it got it kind of confused. May 2021, what happened? Jane says, and she's trying to get this out and her voice cracks. She says, I remember when we would watch pornography, we would have a lot more fantasy conversation. Her voice cracks. She said, we would search things on these websites. He wanted me to fantasize. Okay, question. Were you watching the pornography? She said, I had been awake for 15 hours, maybe 24 hours. What substances? Jane said, ecstasy, Molly. He said, meaning Diddy. Diddy apparently said, I can make it happen. I don't know what exactly she's talking about. What did you say? Okay. She said, I thought I was playing into the fantasy, but when I came out of the bathroom, he was staring into his phone, really serious. And he said, it can happen tonight. Okay. So so I guess this is where, inner city press, I think, is so decent. He's such a decent man. I don't think he always puts like all the most nastiest stuff on his tweets, which I don't blame him, but sometimes it's kind of like, maybe there's something was said here. May 2021, a few months after they start dating. And it's all been good. So far, he hasn't done anything to make her scared. So far, according to her testimony, he hasn't done anything weird or whatever. And so she's like, yeah, we were doing substances. I had been awake for 15 hours, maybe a whole 24 hours. I was doing all these substances. And then Diddy's like, I can make it happen. I'm thinking this means freak off. And what did you say? Okay. She said, yeah, I mean, I thought I was playing into a fantasy. But when I came out of the bathroom, he was staring into his phone, really serious. And he said, it can happen tonight. And how did you react? I was like, tonight? Okay then. And she said she'd been awake for 15 or 24 hours at the time. She said, then we were in a hotel. I saw the assistants setting up the room. The lights were already red. Do you remember which assistants? No, I don't. He said there's someone coming. He knows the guy. I was super nervous listening in. We have 3 updates from CNN. Maybe they'll give us some more details. 7, let's see, make sure I didn't. Yeah, no, we got a few. We have 4 updates from CNN. So here's going to come some more details, I think. Jane says Diddy gave her a love bracelet and EX during 2021 Turks and Caicos trip. She testified Diddy gave her a bracelet that said love on it while on the 2021 trip. She said they took EX around 10 times over the 9-day trip. So almost every day they're taking EX. She said she had previously used substances twice in her life. The first time Diddy gave her EX, they were relaxing in the pool. He said, here, take this, and said something like, it'll be more fun. Shortly after taking it for the first time, she fell to the sand on the beach and had a reaction. His butler and KK tried to help me. KK is a nickname for the former chief of staff, Christina Karam. Diddy offered Jane $10,000 at the end of the trip because she had been away from her work as an influencer for so long. He wired her $10,000, which Jane testified was a lot of money for her at the time. 8 minutes ago, Jane describes deepening feelings for Diddy in an open relationship that lasted until his arrest. She said the EX made her feel relaxed, euphoric, and sexual. It just enhanced touch and sense and made me feel even more loving and flirtatious with him. Jane testified that she took it several more times on the trip, and Diddy provided the substances and determined her dosage every time. After returning from the trip, Jane said she was even deeper in her feelings for him. I want to say we even started using the L word. She said, I was really deep in it. Jane said, Diddy made it clear to her he liked her, but he was seeing multiple women. Quote, I liked him, and so I was okay with it. Jane said that she understood it as an open relationship, and she didn't get the sense that monogamy was an option. In my heart, she said, I just wanted to see Sean, so I was monogamous. She said a relationship with him lasted until his arrest, so like 4 years. Or 3. Witness says that Diddy flew her out to Miami regularly, but they kept their relationship private. She said the two were private about their relationship. She might have only posted on social media about Diddy one time, she testified. She lived on the East Coast when they first met, but relocated to California in June 2021. So she moved all the way over there to be his girlfriend. Diddy gave her money, including $6,000 for a moving truck, and periodically transferred her money just because throughout their relationship. From February through May of 2021, she would see Diddy every other week when he would fly her to see him in Miami. Jane describes 3 minutes ago, CNN.com. Jane describes an intense, affectionate relationship with Diddy. She said that between February and May 2021, she did substances every time she saw Diddy, and he offered them when they had relations, SUL. They took EX, Molly Jean, cocaine, and horse tranquilizer. In that time frame, Jane said she learned a lot about how Diddy preferred to have relations. I learned how he liked to have pornography playing. I learned how he preferred me to dress. I just learned the things that he liked, sexually. She said he preferred her to wear provocative lingerie and really high stripper shoes and to put baby oil on her body and his. She said they would have relations in his bedroom lit with red lights, and they would do these relations for 12 to 24 hours. She testified she loved those sessions during this period. I really loved my partner, and I was just making love with my partner the whole time. Lots of affection and kissing. It was more like love making. It felt like Diddy was really passionate, and he brought out a lot of passion out of me too. And the way he would compliment me and just be so into me and just really like enjoying one another, she said. Okay. So back to Inner City Press. This is like the first FO. I think we're getting into the first FO. She's already been awake for 15 to 24 hours, she testified, and she's on substances. And it's May 2021. Diddy's staring seriously into his phone, and he said it can happen tonight. And she's like, okay then. And we were at the hotel, and I saw assistants setting up the room. The lights were already red. Do you remember which assistants? I don't. But he said there's someone coming in. He knows the guy. I was super nervous listening in. Who did you think this guy was? She said, the fantasy guy. And what did you think would start happening? She said, well, I thought SUL things between me and the fantasy guy, like he arrives and they're talking. So was this a regular hotel room or was it a suite with several rooms? She said, a suite. And what did you do? She said, I said hello to everyone. I saw Don. Who is Don? One of the entertainers. Okay, publish the photo to the jury. This is not shown in the gallery. No personal information on it. Presumably Jules was shown and the bookseller. So I don't know who was shown. All right, what next? She said, well, I was on the couch with my robe on. My legs were crossed. I was nervous. What happened next? What happened next? Diddy said to stand up. I did, and I started to dance to get my nerve up. What was Don wearing? His underwear. We got a new update from NBC. 2 minutes ago, Jane testifies about screaming after Diddy gave her EX. She testified to using substances with Diddy while on a trip to Turks and Caicos in February 2021. It was her first trip together in celebration of her birthday. We were at the pool and he said, here, take this. I took the whole pill. I was walking down the beach with him and it just hit me and I fell to the sand. My body was just convulsing and I was screaming and I said, help me. Oh my God. She said, Diddy took her back to the shower to calm her down. Now, this is another pattern because this is what Cassie testified to, that when she would get a little too much with the substances, Diddy put her in the shower too. Okay. We get a lot more details here about this substances and this first trip to Miami. I started to subside after that. Oh, wait. Yeah, they took her to the shower to calm her down. And KK apparently also took her to the shower. I started to subside after that. We were taking it every day. And I would take small doses, Diddy decided. She said he gave her EX. It made me feel relaxed, euphoric, SUL, even more loving. It lasted for about 12 hours. After the 12 hours, I would say we would take something to relax or go to bed, Jane testified. Hold on. I gotta hide some AstroTurf stuff. Okay. So I stand up, I start to dance, she says, to get my nerve up. And what was Don wearing? Now, were there two people here at this time or one? It's hard to tell because all the exhibits are hidden. But Inner City Press seems to imply that it was the Punisher and Jules. He said, presumably. Published the photo to the jury. He says, not shown in gallery, no personal information on it. Presumably, Jules was shown and the bookseller, that's the Punisher. Then the assistant U.S. attorney said, what next? She said, I was on the couch with my robe on. I was nervous. My legs were crossed and I was nervous. What happened next? Diddy told me to stand up. I did. And I started to dance to get my nerve up. What was Don wearing? His underwear. And what was Diddy doing? Touching himself. Was he taking care of himself like that? She said, yes. Was he talking? Yeah, he was talking. He was being encouraging and sweet, but I was ready to speed things up a little bit. And the assistant U.S. attorney said, "What do you mean?" And Jane said, "I was ready to get it over with, get it done." And she starts sobbing. Look, sob. She just wanted to get it over with. Ugh. "What did you ask for?" And she said, protection. And what did Diddy say? That these guys get tested all the time. Okay, and later after that, did Don leave? Yes. And then me and Diddy made love, and the next day I went home. Any boat trip? She said, yeah, a nice yacht day. So he's rewarding with the yacht trips as a payment or what? We got a new update from NBC. Jane says substances, including horse tranquilizer, were a constant in her sex life with Diddy. She said she did substances, including EX, cocaine, and K, every time she saw Diddy in February and May of 2021. She said she enjoyed her sex life with Diddy in 12 or 24-hour long romps that often included baby oil. Diddy kept Diddy kept huge supplies of baby oil, authorities said, which was used in his alleged sexual abuse of victims. But at this point in their relationship, Jane said she was engaged in consensual relations. She said at this point, it was all consensual. It was fine. It wasn't a big deal. I liked it, whatever, when it was just him and her together. 15 minutes ago, Washington Post Wesley Parnell. Jane said she flew to Miami January 2021 to spend a week with Diddy at the beginning of their relationship. She said, I remember when I first saw Diddy. He walks in the door of the hotel room and I was just like, and it was just like larger than life. He was just immediately immersed in conversation with me. She said they spent the night together and watched the sunrise over the balcony. We made lots of love, she said. And after that, we went on a proper date night. We went to a restaurant, we got dressed up, and we had more of a mellow one-on-one sitting. On her flight home, Jane said she was pretty head over heels for Diddy already. 12 minutes ago, Wesley Parnell. Diddy and Jane had an intersecting network of past lovers before they became involved. Jane testified she had a child with one of Diddy's old friends and was in a relationship with her child's father until a falling out with Diddy. No, until a falling out in 2015. Diddy, in turn, was dating one of Jane's good friends when they met in 2020. Jane testified that they brushed aside the history and soon found themselves in a whirlwind romance. 12 minutes ago, Jane is getting into some graphic testimony describing stretches where she would have prolonged relations with Diddy for 12 to 15 hours, dressing up in high stripper shoes and taking a panoply of substances. Diddy is sitting in his chair, pushed back from the defense stand. His legs are casually crossed with his hands in his lap. He's listening intently, but showing very little reaction. Jane is holding back tears, taking pauses in between her testimony as she described how their relationship devolved into darker, quote, fantasy relations. 3 minutes ago, Anne Brannigan. Before meeting Diddy, Jane said she had only used substances on 2 occasions and only EX. She testified that Diddy introduced her to new substances like cocaine, horse tranquilizer, and they would use a substance every time they saw each other, often during sexual relations. This is the Independent. Diddy sent Jane $10,000 on Turks and Caicos trip. Went on a trip. There they did MDMA 10 times throughout. Who sent it though? Like who's wiring it? Is it Robin Greenhill? That's what I want to know. Jane says Diddy went on a trip with her, Turks and Caicos, and the Bahamas in early 2021. There they did Molly and 10 times throughout the 9-day vacation. So more than once a day. Diddy also wired her $10,000 at the end because she spent so much time away from her job as an influencer, she testified. 16 minutes ago, The Independent, Jane says she was really deep in feelings for Diddy. I was really deep in it, she said, as she started dating Diddy in 2021. Diddy bought her a bracelet that said love, and they started saying the L word. Diddy told her he was also seeing other women. I liked him, so I was okay with it, she said. She describes a bad reaction to EX that she had with Diddy. She had a bad reaction to a substance that Diddy gave her on the 2021 Turks and Caicos trip. I was walking down the beach with him and it just hit me and I fell to the sand. My body was just convulsing and I was screaming. I said, "Help me." Okay. Okay, so the most recent thing, so she asked for the guy to wear protection, but Diddy said these guys get tested all the time. And later this guy left and then Diddy and her hooked up. And the next day she went home after a nice yacht day. How did you feel? She said, I felt exhilarated. It was taboo. I had a good time with my partner. Did you think you would do it again? She said, no, maybe a few times, just something taboo. She said, but how did things change? And Jane said, it opened a Pandora's box. She was like, the world was never the same after that. I thought we maybe was going to do it one. And Cassie said the same thing. I thought maybe we would do it a couple more times. Like, I just thought it was going to be a special occasion. And if it was, maybe I would have did it, but it turned into like something entirely different. Just updating the other sources. It looks like NBC might have a new update. A minute ago, Jane tearfully recalls first time she had relations with another man as Diddy watched. She began tearing up when she said she recalled Diddy first arranging for her to have relations with another man. Quote, he said, we can make it happen tonight. And I said, tonight? I was taken aback, but I said, okay. This was May 2021. When asked by the prosecution if she thought she was going to have relations that night with another man or if she wanted to have relations with someone other than Diddy, she responded no and no. I didn't think I was going to have relations that night and I didn't want to. And remember, she testified that she had already been awake for like 15 or 24 hours or something. We went to a hotel room a couple hours later. I saw assistants setting up the room, getting his room ready, and there was a bustle of getting this room ready. Prosecutors said Diddy operated a criminal enterprise to in part have these freak offs whenever he wanted. Okay. Did you think you would do this freak off again? Jane said no, maybe a few times, something taboo. How did things change? She said it opened a Pandora's box. There was so much of it afterwards, too much of it. How often? The prosecutor asked. Jane said all the time. I went along with it at first. Okay, but later, did you tell him you didn't want to do it anymore? She said yes. And was this in writing or verbally? She said both, in writing and verbally, many times. Okay. Must be scandalous going on in there. CNN hasn't reported in 19 minutes. Fox News an hour ago said Judge Aaron Subramanian reminded Diddy and his lawyers Thursday about the rules in his courtroom. He told Diddy's lawyer, Mark Agnifilo, that he was very clear that there are not to be any interactions or facial expressions to the jury. The judge asserted that he saw Diddy nodding vigorously and looking at the jury during a line of questioning and again during a sidebar. Agnifilo told the court he understood and that there will be no other issues. The judge said if it happened again, he's going to have the government issue a curative instruction, which you don't want, he said. He also claimed Diddy could be removed from the courtroom. Agnifilo assured the judge it wouldn't happen again. 3 minutes ago, Fox News, Diddy's ex was head over heels for Diddy at the beginning of the romance. Ex-girlfriend Jane claimed her first date with Diddy lasted 5 days. During direct examination with Mari and Comey, Jane said she was going to Miami in January 2021 for an event anyway. Diddy allegedly offered to get her a hotel for the stay, and Jane told the court that he was larger than life and really charming. Jane said she was very open and had dated someone Diddy was close with. But that relationship ended in 2015, and she also testified that the father of her child did not get along with Diddy. She claimed that Diddy didn't mind, and his relationship with Jane's friend also wasn't much, and that girl ended up getting engaged anyway to somebody else and moving. On the first night with Diddy, Jane testified that they made lots of love and it was just amazing, and she said they watched the sunrise on the balcony, and by the time she left Miami, she was pretty much head over heels for Diddy. Okay, so the most recent question or the most recent tweet that we saw was where Jane Doe said there was so much of these freak offs afterwards, too much of it all the time. I went along, but later I told him both many times in writing and verbally I didn't want to do it anymore. Question: what did Diddy tell you about your rent when you said you did not want to have relations with other men? He said he would give me maybe 3 more months. And how did you feel? She said, I felt frustrated. I felt obligated. Obligated to do what? Objection, Your Honor. We need a sidebar. Okay. Yeah, they don't no speaking aloud. No speaking about your own feelings. There it is. Exchange of goods. There it is. If she didn't do what he wanted, he was going to cut her off. And there's the threats. Yep, people are saying it. Ooh, this is not going good for Diddler. Anyone need logo or cover art done? She's funny. Listen, shoot your shot. Always be hustling, okay? As long as it's legal. It's so funny. I was in India and there was this guy driving the cab and he was like not good. He was not a good driver. He was driving dangerous. I was getting car sick. He was not a safe driver. He was just, he wasn't good. But, you know, you got to go where you got to go or whatever, you know, whatever. But then he was dropping us off and he was like, do you know anybody that's hiring? Are you hiring? Are you asking me if I was hiring. Surely he ain't talking to me. Hiring for what? It was funny. But then on the same time, it's kind of like, you know what? Good for him shooting his shot. If you don't ask, you never get a yes or whatever. But no, I'm not hiring. In general, no, I'm not hiring. And if I was hiring somebody to drive me around, it would be somebody that could drive safely. Okay. It was just out of nowhere. Like no one hiring. Less than a minute ago, CNN.com, Jane says things escalated very quickly on the night Diddy proposed bringing in another man. Jane dropped her head and dabbed her eyes with a tissue when prosecutor Marion Comey asked about what happened between her and Diddy in May 2021. The two had been awake for many hours in his bedroom in Miami, having relations and taking substances, Jane testified. Diddy was asking, so we're getting more details. Diddy was asking Jane to fantasize about being with other men and asked if she'd want to do that. She testified, okay, definitely not thinking it was going to happen that night. She thought she was just playing into the fantasy. But Diddy quickly was on his phone, telling her, quote, we can make that happen tonight. Jane said she was taken aback, but again said, okay. When asked by the prosecutor why she responded that way, Jane said it was because my partner was excited and it was already happening. Within a few hours, they were in a hotel suite in Miami, Jane testified. Diddy's assistants were bustling around, setting up the hotel room with red lights. After the assistants left, Diddy told her to relax while they wait for a man to come. Diddy told her that he knew the guy and he was really nice. Jane testified she was super nervous and still high from the substances she took earlier in the night with Diddy. Diddy went to greet the man when he arrived and eventually called Jane to join them. Diddy told her the man, Don, was from the service Cowboys for Angels. This is the second time we're hearing about this, at least in this trial. Jane described in court how she eventually had relations with Don. While Diddy watched and took care of himself, Don left after the two had relations. After Don left, Jane said she and Diddy had relations, and then she recalled that they were really happy. The next day, she went with Diddy and his friends on a yacht. Okay, 2 minutes ago, CNN.com. Jane says the first night with Diddy felt exhilarating with the freak off, but she said it set a tone she couldn't escape. She initially felt exhilarated by that night. I felt excited. I was happy. It was taboo. It was fun. I had a good time with my partner. She testified that she thought it was something they did just that one time, and maybe they might do it again on a random other occasion. Quote, I truly felt that that night just opened like a Pandora's box in the relationship. It just completely set the tone for our relationship moving forward. She said that night opened a door that she was unable to shut for the remainder of the relationship. Assistant U.S. Attorney Maureen Comey asked her why she wanted to shut that door. Quote, there was so much of it after, and it was too much of it, Jane said. She said that throughout her relationship with Diddy, she only wanted to have relations with him. She didn't want to have relations with any other men. Okay. They're back from the sidebar. Okay, next question. Between 2023 and the time of Diddy's arrest, did he pay your rent and make you feel obligated to have relations with other men? Yes. Between 2023 and the time of his arrest, yes, he did. What did you two call these nights? Debaucheries or hotel nights? And how often did you see him? Okay. So debaucheries, fun fact, botch is the same root from Bacchus. And I've always been saying these are Bacchus celebrations. Nobody wants to listen to me, but that I think is what's going on. The grapes, the grape pops, all that stuff. Anyway, they call them debaucheries or hotel nights. So they stopped calling them freak offs. A hotel night is what they called it. And how often did you see him? She said often. Every time you saw him, did you have a hotel night? Yes. Even though we would spend a day or two together after, it just all felt like a hotel night. Who decided when? Jane said, Diddy, on short notice. I always had childcare ready to go for if he needed to have a hotel night with me. Ooh, Lil Rod's lawsuit is starting to shape up, huh? 1 minute ago, CNN.com. Jane says Diddy paid her rent and implied he would stop if they broke up. Jane testified Diddy paid the rent on her home. When she tried to tell him she didn't want to have relations with other men, Diddy would say, if you want to break up, that's fine. And then he would say he wouldn't pay rent for a woman he wasn't seeing. Jane testified she wasn't trying to break up in those conversations. She was just trying to stop having relations with other men. I felt frustrated, Jane said, adding that she felt obligated to perform these nights for him. Wow, this is... It's not looking good. I'll tell you that. For Diddy. It ain't looking good. Okay. She said, I was always put together. What does that mean? The prosecutor asked. She said, my hair, my nails, my tan. He wanted me beautiful. Did you go out with your friends? She said, no. Not after a trip, summer 2022. He was dismissive. In the summer of 2021 to France. I don't know if this is 2022, 2021. Because it says both. See here? She said, I was always put together. Cassie testified the same. You had to keep, it was a lot of upkeep. You had to keep the tan. You had to keep the facials. You had to keep the nails. You had to keep everything had to be done. The hair had to be done. He wanted me beautiful. Did you go out with friends? She said, not after a trip in summer of 2022. He was dismissive. Then the prosecutor said in the summer of 2021. So I don't know if this is just a typo or what. Maybe we'll get some more context from our other sources. Amber said white nails, no doubt. Updating the other sources. Let's go to Washington Post. They have a new update here. Okay, listen, look. While Jane testifies, this is 8 minutes ago, Ann Brannigan, Washington Post. While Jane testifies against him, Diddy has periodically looked over his shoulder toward the juries. He did so as the woman, using the alias Jane, described Diddy giving her large cash gifts, and he peeked again when she detailed a bad reaction to EX during one of the couple's holidays. Like, he's just got to look over there and see what they thinking. The judge sternly warned Diddy's defense team about Diddy's attempts to interact with the jury earlier today, when the judge caught him nodding his head vigorously at the jurors while his lawyer aggressively cross-examined another witness. Jury-defendant communications are strictly forbidden, aka illegal, against the federal rules. 1 minute ago, Fox News said Jane's relationship with Diddy lasted until he was arrested in 2024. Jane testified that the former couple took 2 breaks during their relationship. She claimed earlier in her testimony that she met Diddy in late 2020 in Miami, and they allegedly didn't begin dating until the following year. Their first break was short, and the second was for about 4 months, October 2023 to February 2024. Jane said their relationship was private, and she only posted about Diddy one time on social media. He allegedly told her he really liked her, but he was seeing other women. Jane claimed she was okay with that decision to pursue other women because she really liked him, and she understood that on his end it was an open relationship. Quote, in my heart, I just wanted to see Sean, so I was monogamous. Here are the euphemisms Diddy and girlfriends called freak-offs. Diddy and his ex-girlfriend, an alleged victim, Jane, referred to freak-offs by 2 other euphemisms, according to testimony. She said they called it debauchery or hotel nights when Diddy had her take part in drugged-up sex sessions with male escorts while Diddy recorded them and pleased himself. Okay. Okay. Did you ever go out with friends? She said, no, not after a trip, summer 2022 to France. I went to the south of France with my friends. He was angry in the voice notes. Who did he want you to look? Or how did he want you to look? Jane said he wanted me to have straight hair, ponytail when we had relations. He wanted me to pierce my chest. Okay, she said, we'll talk about that. Okay. Between 2021 and then the break you took in 2023, how much money did you make? And how did you make money? She said social media posts, but that went down because my presence went down because I was focused on Diddy. He would give me money here and there. How much at one time? $20,000. Interesting. Remember them $20,000 amounts going out and coming back in, and Ventura, what's his name? Ventura, Roderick or whatever, sending things. We have a few updates from Influencer reveals shocking details about Diddy relationship, EX, side chicks, and $10,000. 39 minutes ago, New York Post. Jane revealed the unusual relationship that she had with Diddy, including that he dated other women, fed her substances, and once paid her $10,000 when they went on vacation. When the duo took a trip to Turks and Caicos to the Bahamas in February 2021 for 15 days, Diddy sent Jane $10,000 to cover any lost income in her career as a social media influencer because she wasn't creating content on the trip. On that trip, Diddy encouraged her to take substances, and she had a bad reaction to them the first time, but she continued to take it in smaller doses every day going forward. And when they got serious, Diddy was open with Jane about the fact that he was seeing other women, but Jane didn't date anyone else while she was with him. Okay. 26 minutes ago, New York Post. Diddy's ex-girlfriend, Jane, emotionally testifies about watching Corn with him. She said they used to watch pornography together. Jane dabbed her eyes as she started explaining to the jury that she and Diddy started having intense conversations when they watched Corn. They would be on the substances, and Diddy would put on the X-rated content and ask her to fantasize and describe having relations with other men. It was more like a question like, do you like what you see there? Jane recounted Combs saying, do you like that? Do you want that? Can you imagine that? Pretend you're her and I'm that person. Then in May, Diddy told Jane she could make this fantasy a reality. And it wasn't really her fantasy, but she was trying to make him happy. 17 minutes ago, New York Post. Diddy alleged victim testifies first freak off opened Pandora's box. Diddy alleged victim Jane said in the first time she had to freak off with the mogul in May 2021, it opened a Pandora's box she was never able to close again. She said after the first time she had relations with a male escort, Don, in front of Diddy, 90% of the rest of her time with him was during a SEX marathon with escorts. I truly felt that night just opened a Pandora's box in our relationship. It just completely set the tone for our relationship moving forward. There was so much of it after, and there was too much of it. She said she thought the first freak off was a one-time thing. She didn't want to keep having relations with other men. Okay, that's Bana. Okay. Let's go back to Inner City Press. Uh-oh. Now OF enters the chat. Okay, so how much did he give you at one time? Up to $20,000. Did you tell him you wanted to make your own money? She said, yeah, when OF got big, I told him I wanted to do that. Like one of my model friends. He gave me this hesitant energy like, no. What is OF? Jane said, it's a subscription you can subscribe to models, and I would do nudity. But no sexual acts? She said, oh, no sexual acts. But in any event, he didn't approve. Why did you feel like you needed Diddy's approval? She said, I felt like he was my boyfriend. Okay, what is this? It's a sealed exhibit. She said, my lease for April 4th, 2023. Okay. How much was the rent each month? She said $10,000. Diddy said, let's do a love contract. It was a flirty thing. He asked, how much allowance did I want going forward? I said 15. He said 10. The assistant U.S. attorney said, 1,000? Yep. I wanted a beautiful home for balance in what he was making me do. We have an update from CNN. 2 minutes ago, Jane says Diddy often gave little notice before meetings and she kept herself ready for him. She testified that it was unpredictable when she would see Diddy and he would sometimes notify her the day of or the night before. Jane said she made sure she was always available to see Diddy by arranging proper childcare and keeping her hair and nails done for him. She testified that Diddy preferred her to have straight hair and light colored nails. Jane said Diddy called the sexual encounters with other men debauchery or hotel nights. She testified that she and Diddy had a hotel night every single time she saw him between May 2021 and October 2023. The two were on a break from October 23 through February 24. She said they had some time together alone after a hotel night with another man, but she felt like it was a hotel night the whole time, even though they would sometimes spend time together afterward. Two new updates from NBC. Five minutes ago, NBC, Dion Hampton and Adam Rice. Jane said her first freak off opened a Pandora's box in a relationship. She testified the first time she had relations with another man, as Diddy watched, was in May 2021, and it opened up a Pandora's box in their relationship. Just completely set the tone for our relationship going forward. I felt like it was a door I wanted to shut. She said Diddy immediately began requesting more FOs. When asked what percentage of time she had relations with other men while in a relationship with Diddy, she responded 90%. So when you were in a relationship with Diddy, what was the percentage of time that you had relations with other men? 90%. She said repeatedly she told Diddy she did not want to have relations with other men, but eventually she would relent. I was agreeable because I wanted him to be happy. I wanted to turn him on, and I wanted to satisfy my partner. 3 minutes ago, Jane said Diddy threatened her financially if she refused to have relations with other men. She said she had no choice but to keep having relations with other men for Diddy's enjoyment because he was paying her rent. Jane, a single mother, made it clear that if she didn't agree to these demands, their relationship would be over and she would have to find somewhere else to live. She said, I felt an obligation because I knew he was paying my rent. These sex acts were also called debauchery or hotel nights. Looks like New York Post has another update. 4 minutes ago, NewYorkPost.com, Diddy threatened to stop paying girlfriend's rent if she didn't take part in freak-offs, according to her testimony. She testified that she repeatedly told Diddy throughout their relationship she didn't want to keep having relations with other men. He would just say things like, if you want to break up, that's fine. You have 3 months left on the house because I'm not about to be paying rent. Jane recalled Diddy saying. She said Diddy did pay for the rent on her home. What is this? Okay, y'all. What's this? A wire transfer to pay your rent? Yes. Who got you the plane tickets to fly to the hotel nights? His travel agent, Jess, or KK? What were the hotel suites like? She said red lights, sheets everywhere for the excessive use of baby oil. How many bottles? Objection, Your Honor. Somebody screaming from Diddy's table. The judge sustained the objection, though. The judge is like agreeing with Diddy's lawyers. Like, don't ask how many bottles of baby oil. That's kind of weird. How many bottles of baby oil per hotel night? She said 24 bottles or more. 24 bottles of baby oil on the wall. Take one down, pass it around. 24 bottles or more on the wall. Shout out to the Irish cousins. I think that's who made that up. What were the hotel suites like? Red lights, sheets everywhere for the excessive use of baby oil. Up to 24 bottles or more. 24 bottles of baby oil. My God. Per night. So them 1,000 bottles of baby oil, my Lord. Oh my God. Just a few seconds ago, Diddy talked accused, this is New York Post, Ben Kochman. Diddy talked Jane out of sharing bikini pictures on lucrative OnlyFans account. He talked her out of an OF account where she considered posting photos of herself in bikinis and lingerie. I told Diddy that one of my model girlfriends had been really lucrative on this website. Once I started saying OF, I remember he was giving me this energy that was hesitant, like, no, Jane told the jurors. She said her girlfriend had reported making $4 million on the website in 1 year. Well, it wasn't from bikini pictures. I can promise you that. It wasn't bikini pictures how she made $4 million. I can promise you that. Highly doubt it. She testified that if she joined at that time, it would have been lucrative for her. But Diddy talked her out of it and would say, let's just give it time. Prosecutors allege Diddy coerced Jane into fulfilling his sexual desires in part by keeping her financially dependent on him. CNN has a new update. Less than a minute ago, Jane says her relationship with Diddy consumed her and hurt her income. She said her relationship with Diddy affected her ability to work and make income. I would say that when I was with Sean, I was really consumed by him. I was really consumed by Sean. She testified she made sure she was always ready for Diddy at a moment's notice. She made some money through social media, but her presence on social media really declined after she prioritized the relationship with Diddy. Typically, Diddy would periodically give her money in amounts ranging from $5,000 to $10,000 if it was cash. But Diddy could wire her money if it was a larger amount. The most he ever gave her at one time was $20,000 when she told him she needed furniture for her home, which he also paid for. At one point, Jane proposed the idea of starting an OF account to make her own money. She said her friend made $4 million in a year, and she thought she could be successful posting content like bikini, lingerie, or nude photos. She wasn't planning to post sexual activity, but Diddy was still hesitant and told her to wait. That's excessive baby oil usage. Diddy in the room making human slip and slides. 24. Slippery as hell in there. This wasn't a regular baby oil. I bet some of it had the substances in it. Yeah, that's what I've heard. That's what some people are saying, but they're not saying that in the trial. I hope Diddy had stock in Johnson & Johnson. 24 bottles a night? Tell us how many nights a week. It's crazy. Shut up. Go away. Like 30 bottles, slip and slide, take him to the house. What is the point? Krista said, I do not understand this fetish. Like, what is the point? So much baby oil usage. Okay, let's see. All right. This night, exhibit not shown to the gallery. Where was the hotel night? She said that night it was in my apartment. What did you wear during this hotel night? High stripper shoes and lingerie. What would you and the other man do first? Objection. The judge says, can you please rephrase that question? Assistant U.S. Attorney. Updating our other sources. 7 minutes ago, Fox News, Diddy and ex-girlfriend used substances every time they were together. She claimed she did substances with Diddy every time they saw each other. While testifying Thursday in the federal trial for S crimes, she claimed that she saw Diddy every other week or so. Beginning in February 2021 through May of the same year, he allegedly flew her to Miami and they communicated through texts, phone calls, and FaceTime. Diddy allegedly gave her money here and there just because. She testified that Diddy gave her EX, Molly Ann, cocaine, and horse tranquilizer. Molly enhanced the same feelings as EX, she said. It made her feel sexual and promiscuous. She said that the cocaine made her feel alert and K made her feel not so good. Diddy allegedly gave Jane substances during relations. She testified that she learned the things he liked during SEX and how he liked her to dress in lingerie with high shoes. She claimed she was expected to be in these outfits the entire time. Jane claimed Diddy wanted her to use baby oil to have it all over both of their bodies, and they would have relations in his bedroom, and red lights would be on. I'm just so confused about what is like so much. So much. So they're looking at an exhibit of a hotel night in her apartment. She would be always needing to wear the lingerie, the stripper shoes. What would you and the other man do first? And then Diddy's attorneys objected to that. And the judge said, rephrase. Jane says hotel nights with Diddy took place in multiple cities. Less than a minute ago, CNN.com. Jane testified that between May 2021 and October 2023, she had hotel nights with Diddy in LA, New York, Miami, and Turks and Caicos. Jane usually discussed her travel arrangements with Christina Karam, Diddy's former chief of staff, or she would discuss these arrangements with the travel agent named Jess or one of Diddy's assistants. Diddy always paid for the travel. Their times together typically followed a pattern. The hotel room would be decorated with red lights, music, bed sheets all over the place, and blankets covering everything. She said linens covered everything for the obsessive use of baby oil. They would go through more than 24 bottles of baby oil in a hotel night. Diddy is the final boss of Freaky, somebody said. Tinsy said, we're overdue for a sidebar. I can see American Crime Story on this. Yup. She never told on Diddy. She answered it already. Oh. You might get blocked. Now her apartment is getting destroyed. Yes, I do, Regina. I see it, girl. It's not hard to be sympathetic. Go away, demon. See what I mean? Just demon. Hope none of these sickos have daughters. Hope none of these sick fucks have daughters. That's all I'll say. And if they do, hope they can escape those sick fucks. I'll say that. 4 minutes ago, New York Post, Diddy girlfriend used at least 24 bottles of baby oil for a single FO. Jane used 24 bottles or more of baby oil during an FO. They had to cover everything in the hotel with bed sheets, blankets, towels for the excessive use of baby oil everywhere. They always used baby oil for the hotel nights, and they would go through 24 or more bottles of the product in a single session. He really enjoyed watching me pour oil all over myself and all over the man. I don't get it. I just don't get it. What is the freaking oil obsession? We read that already. Is there anything new from NBC? No. They must be doing a sidebar. Yeah, I know how to say pseudonym, Loopy Loo. It's the one where they say pseudonymous. It's like anonymous mixed together with pseudonym. That's where I don't know where the emphasis is. Thank you for the £1.99. Thank you, Christine. Shout out to you becoming a member. Thank you, Ashley Unfiltered, for the $1.99 super chat. Carmen, I'm so sorry to hear that. Thank you for the $1.99 super chat. Thank you, Cheryl L, for the $4.99 super sticker. Shout out to you. I know I got the bingo cards. I need to bring them up tomorrow. 3 different people sent me bingo cards, so I want to start marking my bingo cards off. All 3 different people made different ones. Yeah, no, James, shout out to the girl dads. Y'all really truly are what makes the world go round. I'm not even gonna lie. Shout out to the girl dads, because there have to be some dads out here that are saying to their daughters, this is debauched. I do not understand the supporters either. James said, I believe for us girl dads, this case hits differently, because I just can't comprehend his supporters. Now, there are some fathers to girls, which I won't call girl dads, but I know there's like a specific brand. Costco rebuked it. Costco rebuked it. Oh my God, stop. Y'all are saying he has mommy issues. Maybe they were acting like it was a mud fight. Girl, I don't know. I honestly, I don't really want to know. It seems messy. Seems messy. Who would you greet? She said the entertainer, and I was on substances. Diddy told me to touch myself, and then we would have the substance, and then we would have the relations. She said, excuse me for asking, but was it manual or, with the mouth area? And she said mouth. And then later it would be with Diddy. So would you clean up the remainder of after Diddy finished, the product? Would you clean that up? And she said, no, I would not clean it up. I don't exactly know what they're getting at though. Like they would just keep romping around in it like Vince McMahon did or whatever, according to that lawsuit, or what? We have a new update, Washington Post, 5 minutes ago. A side effect of the court efforts to preserve Jane's anonymity, we in the press room have a much clearer view of Diddy's face. Ordinarily, the closed circuit video feed that live streams the trial around the courthouse, but not to the public, it shows a split screen of the courtroom, the witness on the stand, and the documents being presented as evidence. However, in this case, on this witness, the government has asked that its evidence not be streamed while Jane testifies, because it includes documents that might identify her and her child. So now the extra screen real estate means Diddy, the gallery, and the attorney's tables are much easier to see on the courthouse monitors, though the jury and judge are still off camera. How long were these hotel nights? 20 or 30 hours. We could break here. Jurors, we may start staying later. Do not speak with each other about the case. And I've heard that they have been gossiping with each other about the case. on the stand. So let's see what they're going to be fighting about something right here. So let's stay around just for at least a few more minutes. Oh no, Butterfly said there was a video. They joked and smiled at how his mom could still touch the floor with her palms and they were hooked up to IVs. Girl, no, don't tell me that. It wasn't Teeny, it was Shapiro who had the meeting. Yep, any man can be a father, not any man can be a dad. Thank you for all your hard work, BJ. Thank you, Chris DL, for the $6.99 Canadian. I'm gonna look up the docket too while we're waiting for them to, start fighting about whatever they're gonna fight about next, because it's the only way we can tell because of the docket. Trying to log in. There we go. The docket doesn't get updated for 2 weeks. I think that this video is probably not going to be monetized for very long because there's some really nasty stuff in it. So if you have appreciated this coverage, please do hit the like, hit the subscribe. Make sure you didn't get, unsubscribed. That happens sometimes. And you can donate to the legal fund. It's linked down below if you so please, if you so choose. And there's also merch available at that'srisewitness.com because y'all know they're not going to let this one stay with the green. They're not going to let this one stay with the green dollar sign. If you know, you know. So, yeah, check out that'srisewitness.com. There's nothing new on Pacer. I just checked. So let's go back to Inner City Press. Let's see. They definitely going to be arguing. 20 to 30 hours. Yeah, because they were on substances, girl. 20 to 30 hours. This is a good point. Barbie gone bad. Uh, 20 to 30 hours worth of S in one sitting is 10 hours less than what most people work in a week. SEX was definitely her labor. Interesting. Golly. And he had multiple girlfriends. 20 to 30 hours. I don't know if they probably had breaks. Cassie did testify to like some breaks. Do they stop for snacks? Anybody saying something stupid now is just getting blocked. I'm just blocking anybody saying anything stupid now. Okay, wow. Okay, still not. We're waiting for our afternoon round of updates because, there's always a little cluster of updates right after the court ends. They all start fighting about stuff. The jury was warned today they might start staying late. Diddy's ex-girlfriend was nervous before sleeping with another man while Diddy watched, she testified. She got a sense that Diddy knew the man that he invited over to the hotel room. She testified that Diddy arranged for the man, his name was Don, to participate in sexual experience with the couple. And she said she later learned Don was from an escort service named Cowboys and Angels. I wouldn't be surprised if the Cowboys and Angels gets looked into after this. Jane claimed she had previously taken substances and she was under the effect of them. She described sitting on a couch in a robe with Diddy telling her to relax. Then Diddy allegedly requested she stand up and dance. She testified that she witnessed Don turn around wearing his underwear and he touched her leg and it made her feel uncomfortable. Then she said she allegedly started touching him and Diddy was watching and touching himself and that Diddy was not wearing anything. She told the court that things got hot and heavy and there was, previous work before the actual main event, and the rapper allegedly watched and talked. He was in a positive mood, like being encouraging and sweet. She said she started going to the bedroom because she was ready to speed things up a bit and it was time to get it done. She testified that she asked Don to wear protection, but then Diddy said he was safe because he gets tested all the time. She claimed she was nervous at first, but at the very last moment, Diddy did give Don protection. After the performance, Don left and then she hooked up with Diddy, showing like an SUL gratification. Okay. With the jurors gone, Jane's counsel wants you to remind those in the gallery not to report any personal identifying info from the lawyer's screens. So that happens. And then Mark Agnifilo said, can I submit a letter about the secure room that we're meeting in? And Intercity Press is like, okay, but was it going to be on the docket? Because this is like so highly irregular. They're just doing all this secret stuff off the docket. And it's like, what's the freaking point then? Why didn't y'all just have a mediation? Adjourned. Okay. So tomorrow, I'm assuming Jane will be on the stand all day. Tomorrow's Friday. Shout out to the mods in the chat. Thank you, Diamond. Diamond is removing people. Diamond is removing people who are saying lewd comments, and she should. Thank you. Thank you, Yolanda Elba, for the $9.99 super chat. We have a new update on CNN. Let's get our last little afternoon updates. Yes, please, no names in the chat. No names in the chat. Jury dismissed for the day. The jury's been dismissed for the day. The judge told jurors they would remain until 5 o'clock tomorrow and may need to stay that late on some days next week as well. The judge is not playing around with these people. 5 o'clock. Alexandra Shapiro, you're on notice, baby girl. Y'all are on notice because you're not about to hold this shit up and get a mistrial. Nope. Jane will continue testifying 9 a.m. So they're going 9 to 5. Assistant U.S. Attorney Maureen Comey said she's going to work very hard to ensure her direct questioning is complete by the end of the day, Monday. There is 2 full more days of just direct questioning. 2 full more days. And that gives Diddy's team Tuesday, Wednesday, and some of Thursday, I guess, for their cross-examination. But it's going to be cutting it close. It is going to be cutting it close. And I'm blaming Nicole Westmoreland for dragging her feet. For dragging ass the last couple days. She did not need to keep Bonna on the stand for as long as she did. Okay, that's it. So all of tomorrow, 9 to 5, and all of Monday, they're going to be having Jane on the stand. Thank you so much, Leslie, for the $9.99 sticker. Shout out to the super chats and the super stickers, because this video probably going to be tanked. Do I think the auto pew pew will come up? I do wonder. Tess, you gone for lewd language, you girl. Are they going to be in court next Thursday, Juneteenth? No, Diana. They are not going to be in court for Juneteenth. And you know what else? They're not going to be in court all day on the 20th either. They're only going to be there for half of a day. What is the legal fund, Annie? Well, I got sued by somebody, a slap suit. It was ruled by a judge to be an illegal lawsuit, an unlawful strategic litigation against public participation. I was exposing some things that were going on in a high profile guardianship. Somebody died, and they lied about how she died. They did not tell the truth about how she lied. So I told the public, I said, look at the autopsy report. It doesn't match what they reported publicly. And these people freaked out and sued me and lost, and sued me again and lost again, and sued me again and lost again, and tried to get a restraining order. And now they owe me attorney's fees, and now they owe sanctions. Okay, so it was a circus. I do have a whole playlist on it, but that's what the legal fund is. The legal fund is actually set up to a separate bank account. It's not my personal bank account that I like spend my money and pay my bills out of. It's just a legal fund bank account. So if you want, more higher percentage of the donation to go, it's not getting split up with other platforms, et cetera, then you can donate directly to the legal fund. But a lot of my money I make here goes straight to the legal fund too. Being a baby, I did read this before. If baby oil is aspirated, it can cause pneumonia. I've read that before. Alice said there is no way they are going to finish by July 4th. There's just no way. Thank you, being a baby, for the $1.99 super chat. Yeah, it's Amanda Rab, virtual reality hell. You can type in if you want to see that story. We do have an update on NBC. I do like to get these little last afternoon updates because a lot of times there's like new details. Jane describes marathon hotel nights that could last for more than a day. She said hotel nights with Diddy and other men could last between 24 and 30 hours. She gave a very graphic and detailed testimony about her exact role in these hours-long sessions and the direction that she would receive from Diddy. It's a great question, Samantha Flores. It's a very serious oversight in our system. And it's really changed the way I even think about the law, because now I know anybody can sue anybody for anything, and they can be full of shit and they can be lying. And you could owe $1 million in legal fees. Anybody can sue anybody for anything and they can lie. And then whenever they have to pay your attorney's fees back, they can just pretend like they don't have the money. It's really crazy. It's really, really crazy. It's a very insane. But the bills keep coming and they haven't stopped coming. I'll tell you that. So it's a great question. I wish I knew. I wish I knew how this was allowed in a country such as ours, but it is. And you know, these are people wasn't even born here. They can come over here. They can come over here, not even born here, and take a whole entire on our constitutional rights and try to make us go bankrupt. Us, American-born American citizens, they could try to make us go bankrupt by abusing our legal systems. It was a shock to me. It was a shock to me, but it's something that I did learn. It is something that I did learn. It was a shock. But I'm just hoping, because I work for the Lord and because I do stuff for the right reasons and I do stuff out of the dharmic place in my heart, I'm hoping that it all is going to work out and somehow, some way I'm going to be able to pay all these legal bills. If not, you know, whatever. It's not like I would do anything different anyway. It's not like I would not tell y'all the truth about the situation. Yeah. Anyway, they lied about the cause of death and the drugs in the girl system. Yes, they did. And still haven't given, in my opinion, still haven't given a good reason why they lied about it. They said the cause of death was marked as a seizure disorder, and that is false. There wasn't about a seizure disorder on that autopsy. You know what the cause of death was marked as? Cardiac arrhythmia. Obesity was a complicating factor, schizophrenia a complicating factor. But then this girl said that she didn't really have schizophrenia. It was drug induced. Well, that's not what the coroner said, girl. Anyway, look, we have an update from CNN. Judge's warning to Diddy for nodding could be used in potential appeal. Oh, we already read this. I don't even understand what she's trying to say. The judge is not to be toyed with. Okay. The warning is significant because Diddy has the right to face his accusers. So removing him is truly the most extreme form of action that a judge can take. And the reason to do it is not really because the defendant was looking engaged in passing notes to his attorney. It's the other things we've seen Diddy do. It's the interaction with a jury. The warning also gave the message that this judge is not to be toyed with. This criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor that talked to CNN also said if the judge does sanction Diddy, it will weigh very heavily against him. He went on to explain that he does not see Diddy being removed from the courtroom. This is a violation, but it's not significant enough for removal. That type of sanction is normally a last resort. So the judge must have seen some things he doesn't like more than just that, and he's finally ready to start saying something about it. Hit the like, hit the like, hit the like. Let's see. They adjourned here. So I guess that's pretty much it for this one. All right, y'all. I'll be over here. Hold on. What is going on here? Let me ban some people real quick. All right, y'all. I'll be back here, same back time, same back place. Thanks so much for the £1.99. I think the devil should have to take a loan out, and your legal team can get paid now. The she devil, seriously. Oh, we have an update, another new update. Hold on. Oh no, it's like a chat GPT summary. Okay, I got y'all going over there to Andy, and I'll be back here tomorrow. It looks like we're going to be here from 9 to 5 tomorrow. Aloha Ken Dog 808. Look like we're going to be here from 9 to 5 tomorrow. So I got to go and get some rest. Happy 420. It's 420 right now. And tomorrow's at 9 a.m. And Andy's live or is going live now. And I got y'all redirecting over there. And I'll see y'all tomorrow, bright and early. Same back time, actually not same back time. It was going to be earlier time, 9 o'clock and to 5 o'clock. So yep, we're going to be full day tomorrow, y'all. Full day. And then I get to take off for the weekend and do chores around my house or something. That's all we like for this one. In the meantime, facts ain't defamation, and neither is opinions, and neither is reading live court updates. Love you, mean it. Okay, bye.
At all. And we are not going to be talking about their appearance if anything comes out whatsoever. And I really would ask everyone to please do not start trying to guess who the person is or saying their name if you think you figured it out. This is a really important thing to the feds, and it is starting to affect creators. We have seen certain creators kind of almost get called out in court, not by name, but we know that the courts are watching and we want to do the right thing by them. So please behave in the chat. Also, Justin Combs and Janice Combs were spotted in court this morning. So Janice is back again with her catwalk. And thank you to that surprise witness. Thank you for the raid. Welcome to all of you who've been watching her all day, same as me. It is good to see you all. So the day started off with Banna returning. And Banna, if you don't remember, was Cassie's friend. She's a fashion designer. Cassie and her did a lot of substances together. And Banna was the one who claimed that Diddy held her up over a balcony by her chest and threatened her life and then threw her into patio furniture. And it was really, really not good. And yesterday's cross of her was pretty brutal. Banna had some, what I would say is inconsistencies, but because she also had immunity, it was really important that unless she knew 100% what she was saying was true, that basically she said, I don't remember, I don't recall, is how it's been kind of explained to me. So there was a lot of that yesterday, and some of that did continue. So the defense was pressing Banna about why she continued to correspond with Cassie about substances the weeks after the balcony incident. So Mr. Combs's attorney said, you are still doing substances with Cassie or texting Cassie about them? Said Comey's attorney. According to you, Mr. Combs threatened your life a few weeks before that post, right? Weren't you scared to do that? And Banna responded, I guess not. Combs's lawyers continued the same strategy as Wednesday, calling into question Banna's memories of the 2016 dangling incident. The attorney pointed out that she had previously said that Cassie witnessed the incident, and Banna responded with, I don't recall. The defense pressed Banna over what she admits was a false claim in her attempts to sue Sean Combs over the balcony incident. Banna subsequently hired an attorney, we talked about this yesterday, Tyrone Blackburn, who filed a letter of demand that Combs grabbed her chest so hard during the attack that it left bruises. Banna has said that this detail was false and later fired Blackburn, but on cross-examination, she was asked why Blackburn continued to represent her in at least one more meeting with the government. Your attorney, Tyrone, this is the attorney, stated that, I'm going to say, essual story, but you kept that even though you knew it was a lie, said the defense attorney. Banna responded, "Sorry, it's really hard to commit to that whole sentence because there's parts of that, because there are parts that are true." So it was almost like she was saying, like, kind of, but not really. Combs's defense returned to a common refrain again with the cross examination of reminding witnesses that they kept socializing with him, even after claiming that they had been victimized. Banna admitted to the defense lawyer that she had shared what I'm going to call a rolled substance with Combs following the balcony incident. And although Banna insisted that she was trying to maintain some distance, um, she maintained that she was trying to get some distance from Combs. She said she continued to hang out with him because she was trying to be cool with him. So, I understand that, right? You don't want to upset him at this point. I don't blame her for that whatsoever. I do see the support coming in the chat. Thank you guys so much for that. Please keep it coming, but I do have to focus on the recap and then I will get to all of your comments. Thank you so, so much. And I know, mods, you guys can share the appropriate links in the chat. Thank you so much. Banna confirmed that she returned to Cassie Ventura's apartment within 2 weeks of Combs allegedly um, the balcony incident, and Cassie invited Banna back to her place for an overnight stay of drinking, smoking, and cooking. A text message chain showed in court. But Banna admitted that she said yes and returned to the scene of where everything happened. The defense insisted that Combs was in New York on the day that Banna claimed she was dangled over the balcony in LA. Combs's attorney showed a hotel receipt that appeared to show that her client was at the Trump International Hotel and Tower in Manhattan between the dates of September 24th and September 29th in 2016. Banna had claimed that she suffered injuries when she was dangled over the balcony, and that was on or around September 26th. In a dramatic showdown, the attorney said, "You came in here and lied to the jury. Isn't that true?" And Banna replied, "I can't agree with you." Combs's lawyer also accused Banna of suing Combs because it was her opportunity to become a millionaire. But Banna held firm on the stand, saying that she was telling the truth and she cared about justice. When further questioned, she said she had no doubt that Combs dangled her over that balcony, and she testified to seek justice. She said that although she doesn't remember every single detail, there are moments she will never forget. "I will never forget him holding me on that balcony," she said, telling the court that she was terrified. She said she couldn't remember the exact date of the attack, but based the date that she claimed on the data of a photo that was taken of her injuries. Then we went to break, and the judge got mad. Everybody, the judge got mad. I think this is an important point. So, the judge warned the defense that Diddy could be excluded from the courtroom if he continues to attempt to interact with the jury. The judge said that he saw Combs on 2 different occasions during Banna's testimony looking at the jury and nodding vigorously. The judge said he'd already warned the defense that Combs can't be making any facial expressions or attempts to have any interaction with the jury or influence them. "I could not have been any clearer in the terms of what I said," the judge said. "Well, there was a line of questioning where your client was nodding vigorously looking at the jury," the judge said. During a sidebar, the judge said he saw Combs doing it a second time. "I looked and I saw your client looking at the jury and nodding. It is absolutely unacceptable," the judge said. He asked the attorney, Mark Agnifilo, Costco lawyer, hello, "Is it going to happen again?" Agnifilo assured him it wouldn't. "It cannot happen again," the judge said. "And if it does," the judge said he will let the government make an application to give the jury an instruction on the issue that it will consider more severe measures, such as excluding Combs from the courtroom. After the rebuke, Combs sat with his arms crossed and his chair pushed back from the defense table. Now, court artist Jane Rosenberg, who has had her eyes and binoculars on Combs for more than a month, tells NBC News that Combs had been making facial expressions at the jurors since the start of the trial. Combs had been attempting to interact with various members of the jury, both affirmatively and negatively, depending on the testimony, Rosenberg said. Several NBC reporters and producers have witnessed the same. So this whole thing about jury conduct and all of this is definitely becoming a lot more important, and the judge is trying to get control of this again. Now, before the next witness came in, the assistant U.S. attorney, Christy Slavic, I believe, reviewed a screenshot of a text message thread between Christina Karam, I'm going to say another one, Diddy's former chief of staff, and Cassie Ventura. According to the metadata, the photo was taken on September 30th of 2016. So it was like a screen cap. And Ventura texted Coram, "I just found out some crazy ish." And Cassie said, "He came into my house while my friends were here. We were all sleeping and they woke me up because he was ringing the bell crazy at 3 a.m. And when he came in, I went to my room and he went at Banna and put his hands around her throat and then dangled her feet off the balcony. This is crazy." Cassie then said, "I have to stay away." This screenshot was recovered from KK's phone, which was seized at a Florida airport on March 25th of 2024. So there has been some dispute about Banna's testimony about whether or not this incident happened. His team is saying, no, there's no way that this could happen because he was in Manhattan. She's saying, I don't know the exact date. I remember parts of it more clearly, but I know that it happened. Here are my pictures of my injuries. I went to a chiropractor, all that stuff. And now we have this text message from Cassie to KK confirming that indeed this did happen. Then we had Enrique Santos. Now, I thought Enrique Santos was like a host. I had heard that he was a radio host. Not the same one. Enrique Santos is an investigative analyst for the U.S. Attorney's Office, and he was called to the witness stand. He's an expert he's an expert at pulling data from cell phones, tablets, and other devices with GPS technology. Now, Santos only testified briefly. It was very fast. It was like blink and you'd miss it, about extracting data from cell phones, including deleted messages. And then that included this text message between Cassie and KK. He also spoke about validating messages from the phone of Jane, an anonymous witness who dated Combs beginning in 2020 and was about to testify. Santos has explained how he extracted and recovered emojis and WhatsApp stores data and at what point a cell phone deletes its underlying data. At least 2/3 of the messages on Jane's phone had been deleted, but most of it had been recovered. And then we came to the moment we've all been waiting for. Jane taking the stand. We have been warned that Jane may be on the stand for up to 6 days. I wouldn't be surprised if it's more, the way that the defense has been cross-examining people. So we've got quite a story to hear from her today. I will say there's parts of this that do become a bit explicit. I'm going to do my best to use code words because, hello, YouTube human reviewer. I do my best to make sure that we are following your community guidelines because we care about this platform. We would like to stay on it, and we're going to try to be as appropriate as possible. So off we go. Jane takes the stand. The government called its next witness, Sean Combs' former girlfriend, testifying under the alias of Jane to protect her privacy. Her testimony is considered some of the most important at this trial, and she's expected to be on the stand for several days. Jane says she met Sean Combs on a trip to Miami in 2020. Combs was dating one of Jane's friends and paid for Jane to come along. When Jane first met and flirted with Combs, they came up with code names for one another. She said, "We exchanged numbers." And that's when we said we should have nicknames. And he said Bert and I said Ernie. So a text message exchange was introduced between the two of them where they say, "Hi, Bert," and "Hi, Ernie." Of course, those are the best friends on Sesame Street. So poor Sesame Street. They've been through enough recently. My goodness. I will say to the chat, please do not speculate who this person is. There have been a lot of rules with this from the Southern District of New York, and we want to abide by those rules. Please be cool in the chat. Now, Jane testified that Combs gave a pink powdery substance to a group of girls during their trip to Miami. One of the girls requested the substances, and someone brought the substances. She testified, I'm having to censor. Jane said she then walked with Combs to the studio where they encountered another man and saw more substances. Jane said she asked if they were safe. And she said, I remember both of them looking at me kind of like they gave me this look like, yeah, it's the best, she said. Jane said Combs took the powder back to the pool and gave it to the girls. Jane was drawn to Sean Combs pretty instantly. She testified this afternoon. She described the feeling of being conflicted in their initial encounter since Combs was dating her friend at the time. On the final evening of her visit to Miami with that friend and others, she said Combs invited the group over to his home for a movie night. And at the movie theater in Combs's home, Jane and Combs texted covertly. She described the defendant, much like many witnesses have in this trial, as larger than life. He had a big personality, super charming, and the pair began dating soon after the trip, after Jane's friend moved on to a new partner. Then in early 2021, the two had their first date. A 5-day long trip in Miami. Has anybody ever had a first date that lasted 5 days? That's a lot. She said she fell head over heels for the music mogul. Lots of love. Made love. It was just amazing, Jane said. I remember it like morning time, and we just decided to go for a walk on the beach. She revealed that she had dated someone that he knew before, and that her child's father did not get along with Sean. Again, please do not speculate. Jane says that Diddy went on a trip with her to Turks and Caicos and the Bahamas for her birthday. There, they did what we're going to call X 10 times throughout their 9-day vacation. Combs also wired her $10,000 at the end of the trip because she spent so much time away from her job as an influencer. She said his assistant, KK, another one, was there along with a chef, photographer, butler, and a barber. They spent about 15 days on the trip. Jane says she remembered so many lovely things about this trip and that she and Combs spent a lot of one-on-one time together. Jane testified Diddy gave her a bracelet that said love on it while on this trip. Jane and Combs, so they took the substances multiple times. She had previously only used substances twice in her life. The first time Combs gave